a full introduction to all core concepts in Java. This course is designed for everyone who wants to learn Java. Whether you came from another programming language or you want to learn programming for the first time, this course is perfect for you. In this course, you are going to learn everything you need to get started programming in Java. First, I tell you about the history of Java, what is Java used for, why Java. We will install all the necessary tools to build a Java application. Then we will learn about the anatomy of a Java program, the structure of a Java program. Then we will learn how to compile a Java program, how a Java program gets executed. After that, all the core concepts in Java, from very basics like variables to very advanced like object-oriented programming in Java, classes and objects. Finally, we bring all of them together and create something very cool under one project. You will learn all the core concepts of programming, how to build an algorithm, what is an algorithm, how a program works, how a program gets executed, how does the computer store the data, like when we create or initialize a variable, what are variables, and so on. During this course, I share you lots of tips, tricks, and shortcuts from my years of experience as a software engineer. I will teach you how to write good and clean code like a professional developer. By the end of this course, you will have a solid foundation in programming. If you are a beginner, don't worry. I will help you to learn everything in Java. I will help you to become a professional programmer. What is Java? Java is a popular programming language. It is created in 1995. Java is owned by Oracle, and more than 3 billion devices run Java. What is Java used for? Java is used for mobile applications, especially Android applications, desktop applications, web applications, web servers and application servers, games, database connection, and much more. Why Java? Thanks to Java Virtual Engine. Java is a cross-platform programming language. It runs on Windows, macOS, Linux. It is one of the most popular programming language in the world. It has a large demand in the current job market. It is easy to learn and simple to use. It is open source and free. It is secure, fast, and powerful. It has a huge community support. Java is an object-oriented language which gives a clear structure to programs and allows code to be reused. If you don't know about what object-oriented means, don't worry. I will teach you everything about object-oriented programming in details with examples later in this video. Because the syntax of Java is close to C++ and C#, it made it easy for programmers to switch from Java or vice versa. To install the necessary tools for building Java applications, jump to your browser and type JDK download. JDK stands for Java Development Kit. Click on Java SE20 archive downloads. 20.0.2 is the latest version. Here you can find Java for various platforms, for Linux, for macOS, for Windows. So I am on Windows. I would like to install the MSI installer. So click on that. It is finished. Go to the downloads, and here we have the installer. To be honest, Java is already installed on my machine. To check it, I can show you like this. Java version, I have Java 20.0.1, and I can also install the new version, this one. So double click on it, say next. It is very easy to install. Java Standard Edition Development Kit 20.0.2 64-bit successfully installed. And then here you have some stuff if you want to follow some documentation, developer guides, release notice, and more to help you get started with the JDK. You can click on next steps, but it is not necessary. I close it. Let us check it again. Java -- version, and now you see the newer version. Before it was Java 20.0.1. Now it is the new date and the new version. So another important thing is that you add the Java to the path so that you can access it from anywhere. So how to add Java to the path? For that, you need to go to the directory where Java is installed, to Windows, Program Files, and here you have Java, JDK20 and bin, and then go to your search here environment, edit the system environment variable. So when you type here env, this pops up automatically. Click on it. Here you have different tabs. You have computer name, hardware, advanced, system protection, remote. Now under the advanced, here you have environment variables. Click on it, and here under system variables you can add anything in user variable or in system variable. You can add in one and you can add in or both. So click on path and edit, and here you can double click on the last one, or you can click on new. It also opens a new row, and then from here you can copy this and paste it here. Okay, now it is in system variables. Click OK and then click OK. Now you can access Java from anywhere using your terminal. It is useful because later we will compile and execute Java code. I created here a folder Java full course. You can also create something similar, a folder. Then open the folder in Visual Studio Code. In this course, we are going to use Visual Studio Code. It is a very popular code editor. It is a very popular IDE. It is used for building any types of application, from Android applications, web applications, system applications. Now it is one of the top popular code editor. So that's the reason I use Visual Studio Code. Now many companies are switching from any other code editor to Visual Studio Code, because there are many extensions, useful extensions in Visual Studio Code. And that is the reason that you also should use Visual Studio Code to get used to it, so that it helps you later in your career, in your professional job. So click on open with code. If you haven't installed Visual Studio Code, it is very easy and simple to install. You can jump to your browser and then just type install VS Code Windows, and then here you have the official website of Visual Studio Code, code.visualstudio.com, and then from here you can install it. And here you have the guide installation. Download the Visual Studio Code installer for Windows, and then that is just a wizard. You go through the wizards like clicking next, and you're done. So this is the welcome page in Visual Studio Code. Here you have 4 tabs. The first one is for the new file, the second one is for new folder. Now click on new file, and here create a file with any name you like. I name it anatomy of Java program dot Java. So Java is the extension for any Java file. Every time you use something new, Visual Studio Code also recommends you some extension for that new programming language, for the new tool, or anything new. Like now it says, do you want to install the recommended extension pack for Java extension from Microsoft for Java language? I say install. These extensions help you to write code fast. It also recommends you and suggests you what to write next. Here you also have some side menu. You have here your files, here your search, you have for the source control, for debugging, for extension, and for testing. Don't worry if you don't understand this code. This is the most simple Java program. With this simple Java program, I explain you the anatomy of Java program, the structure of a Java program. It is the easiest and the most simple way to understand the structure of a Java program. There is something very unique in Java among all other programming languages, and that is the class name. It is also called the type name. So the type name must match the file name in Java. This is because of the Java runtime environment or the Java compiler. So if you call the type name main, your file also should have the same name. So now you see here an error. If I rename the file to main, the error will go away. So rename main. In every Java program, you must have at least one class. A Java program starts with a class. This one can be anything, but there must be a main method or function. A program can contain any other methods, attributes, but all of them must be used inside the main method. If you want any other methods to get executed, then you have to call it inside the main method. Now inside this main method, there is just one line code that prints hello world to the console. This main is a function. What is a function? A function is a block of code that performs a task or multiple tasks. The best practice is that one function must do one thing, or a function must do one thing, but you can call multiple functions inside one function, and then it can contain multiple tasks. Let me give you a real example of functions. We all have remote control for TV at home, and every button on the remote control performs a task, a very specific task. Turn on the TV, turn off the TV, increase the volume, decrease the volume. Functions in programming language is the same thing. Behind every button on your remote control is a function. So behind your TV remote control, there is a software, and that software contains many classes, many types, and every class or every type contains multiple functions. For example, you can have there one class for volume, and then inside that class for volume you can have a function for increasing the volume, and another function for decreasing the volume, another function for mute, another function for unmute to control the sound of your TV. Another real life example of function is the send button on your email application. When you write an email and then click on send, that performs a specific task that sends your email. Here you see the anatomy of a function in Java. Here you have some keywords. These are the Java reserved keywords: public, static, void, and then the name of your function or method. In fact, this one is not necessary. Now here you see void. Void means that this function does not return anything. Your function name must clarify the purpose of your function.
It must clarify the task of your function. What does this function do?
What does it return? For the naming, you must give a proper descriptive name. Giving a good name for your attributes, for your functions, methods, for your types, for your classes is the best practice and the most important thing in programming. A good name helps yourself, helps your co-workers to understand your code without writing many comments to describe your code. After the function name, we have parentheses. Now you see here string, square brackets, args, but these are not mandatory. Inside these parentheses, you can pass values for your function. A very simple example. For example, you want to say hi to different people using their names. You can pass here different names, say hi person 1, hi person 2, hi person 3, instead of creating different functions for every person. Anyone in the world of coding love function. I am sure you will fall in love with functions as well. Functions are awesome. Functions are so great that many computer scientists don't believe in object-oriented programming. They say that object-oriented programming is not necessary. We want to do it just using functions. Classes are useless. And there are also computer scientists that love object-oriented programming for simplicity, for code reuse, for security, for abstraction, and etc. Now about the curly braces. In Java, we put the left brace on the same line where we defined our function. What is the job of this main function? The job of this main function is to execute this Java program. So main is the entry point for our program. Whenever we execute a Java program, the main function gets called and the code inside this function gets executed. A function cannot be on its own. A function always belongs on a class. What is a class? A class is a container for related functions, attributes, methods, fields. It will make more sense when we talk about object-oriented programming, about classes and objects. A class also can be used to organize your functions, your methods. A real-life example of this is a supermarket. In a supermarket, you have various sections. You have sections for fruit, you have sections for vegetable, for another section for dairy products. A software that we are using every day contains many classes, and inside every class there are many related functions. You cannot put this function outside of a class or without a class. If I put this here, I get error. Even if I remove this, it means nothing. And this keyword is also not necessary, or it is not mandatory. We have various access modifiers. We have public, private, protected. Access modifiers define if a function, if a method, if a class be accessible or not. So this is the very basic structure of a Java program. Maybe you notice something here. We have here main, capital M, and main, lowercase m. Why? It is because of the naming convention in Java. In Java, your classes should have the naming convention called Pascal case. Pascal case means that the first letter of each word must be uppercase. But for naming your functions and methods, we use camel naming convention. In camel naming convention, the first letter of each word is uppercase except the first word. That is why we have uppercase M in the name of this class. So in conclusion, the naming convention in Java is for classes, Pascal naming convention, for methods, camel naming convention. Now let us create our first Java program. Again, create a file, call it hello world.java. It also generated a public class with the name of the file. This is because of the extension I installed at the beginning of this course. Suppose the extension did not exist and we did not get this generated. So we have to call it ourselves. Public class hello world, and then curly braces, public void main curly braces. And inside of this we want to just print in the console hello world. For that we use the system class. When you install Java, it comes with many tools and libraries. There are many classes, many libraries that we can use in our program. And then we can use dot to get the methods of that class. So here we have the IntelliCode, the extension that suggests all the methods of this class. So we can use the dot to get the member of a class. A class can contain different members, and members can be methods or functions, any other fields, attributes, and the one that we are looking now is called out. So again we use dot to get another member of this, and the one that we are looking is println. We want to pass here hello world. Now we are done with our first program in Java. How to compile and how to execute a Java program. So for this you can open terminal right here inside the file explorer like this. Open in terminal in Windows 11, or if you are using Windows 10 you can use here cmd in the address bar and then hit enter. It also opens command line in this directory, or you can use the terminal here, terminal, new terminal. It also opens terminal in the same directory. To compile Java programs without external tools, you have to type it yourself, and the command for that is javac and then the name of your file, which is hello world.java. Hit enter, and if there is no error here you see hello world.class, and then when you use Java, the name of the class hello world, and then here you see an error. It says main method does not found in class hello world. Please define the main method as public static void. We don't have the static keyword here, so it should be public static. We will talk about static later in this course. And this parameter is also mandatory, so copy this and then put inside of the brackets, and now try again. Don't forget to save. And we see hello world. And you can do the same thing here. In case you use Notepad to write Java code, then you can use a traditional terminal, or you can use PowerShell to compile and run your Java program. When I was learning Java like 10 years or 15 years ago, I used traditional Notepad to write Java codes, compile and do stuff with Java, just using simple Notepad. For example, here I have a traditional Notepad. Let us create a very basic program, and there is no extension, nothing. We have to write everything ourselves. Public class, we just say hi. So and then the method should be public static void main string args. So I want to put this a little bit here. So we don't have any extension to format this automatically or do stuff. And then we say system dot out dot print line hi. Now let us save this inside document Java for calls. So we have to name it say hi dot Java. Here we have now a new file say hi.java. In our terminal we can say java dot say hi, voila, and then java, the name of our class say hi, and it says say hi. Now you see the difference between coding in Notepad and coding in modern code editor. Visual Studio Code made it very easy to write code and made it very difficult to use Notepad. Now let us talk about how Java code gets executed under the hood. What exactly happens under the hood the moment we compile and run our Java code. Basically, two things happen. The first one is the compilation and the second one is the execution. Here we have a hello world.java file, and then because we compiled this Java program, there is also a corresponding file with the name hello world.class. So if you have a .class file in your directory, it means that that program is compiled. And then if you want to execute this program, you need to call Java and then the name of your class.
Let us do again the compilation and the execution for this main.java.
You still say hello world. So when you make some changes here, you need to compile your code again and then execute the new compiled code. This code is called the source code. What we write is called the source code that we understand. The machine has no clue about public, class, main. We use English here. There are also countries that use their own language for programming. You have in China, Chinese language that is used in programming. They don't have public class main and stuff. String args system.out.println, but they have this stuff in Chinese, and then you have also in Russia another programming language in Russian. You have also in the Netherlands programming language in Dutch. The source code is for human. The source code is for us, that we understand what we are doing. But the file with the extension .class is the bytecode. That is the code that machine understands and we don't understand. That is just a series of commands in zeros and ones. If you ask yourself about the compiler tools and stuff, when we call these commands in our terminal, so all the necessary tools for building, compiling, and executing Java file, Java program, they all came with the Java development kit that we downloaded and installed. And this .class file is the bytecode representation of your Java program. So this bytecode is platform independent. You can run this on Windows, on Linux, on macOS, or any other platforms. For to be able to run the Java bytecode, you need a Java runtime environment. The Java runtime environment comes with a Java development kit. So you cannot just take a Java bytecode in another operating system and expect that it will run without any problem. For example, if you would like to execute your compiled code on Linux, you can go there and download and install Java runtime environment for Linux, and you can run and execute your compiled code. It's not necessary that you install and download Java development kit also there. The same way from Oracle website, you can only download and install the Java runtime environment. It is not necessary that you download and install the whole tool or all the tools for developing and executing your Java programs. It is very important because if you install all the tools, it will take more space and it is not necessary. It is not best practice. How come that Java is platform independent? It is because in Java runtime environment, there is a Java virtual machine or JVM. Java virtual machine is an engine built on top of your operating system. So that is the job of Java virtual machine, that takes the Java bytecode and translate it to the native code of that operating system. Here we have three terms. We have source code. This is the source code. We have bytecode, and then we have native code. Native code is for the operating system. I hope it is clear about Java being cross-platform, platform independent. They say Java is portable. You write your code, for example, on Windows and then execute it anywhere else where you have Java runtime environment. Just a side note, C# and Python have the same architecture as Java. They are also cross-platform. To invoke a Java virtual machine, you use Java and then Java virtual machine translates the bytecode to the native code for your platform. Some interesting and funny facts about Java. The first name of Java was Oak, the name of a tree. Then it was renamed to Green, and after that it was renamed to Java because of Java Coffee. Java has now 4 editions. You have Java Standard Edition that we downloaded and installed. Then you have Java Enterprise Edition, Java Micro Edition, Java Core. Java Standard Edition has all the necessary tools and libraries that every Java developer needs to learn and understand to work with. Then the Java Enterprise Edition is not free, it is paid edition. Java Enterprise Edition is built on top of Java Standard Edition. It is for enterprise environment. Java Micro Edition is only for mobile devices. And Java Card is designed for smart cards. Another interesting fact about Java is the Java job market. Because Java is everywhere, we have millions Android devices. You have Android cell phones, Android tablets. you have Android TVs, you have Blu-rays, and many more tools that use Java. And it makes it easy to get hired as a Java professional. You have single line comment and you have multi-line comment. Single line comment is used to comment just one single line, and multi-line is used to comment multi-lines that you want. For example, comment these 3 lines, so you use slash star and then close it with star and slash. So this is multi-line comment and this one is single line comment. So for single line comment, as you see, is a double slash, and for multi-line is just slash star close with star slash. In this part we are going to talk about variables in Java. What is a variable? We use variables to temporarily store data in the computer's memory. Let me give you an example. For example, we want to temporarily store someone's age in the computer's memory. First, we need to specify the type of our variable. So the age is a number, so the int is integer. Age is, for example, 30. This variable reserves a location in computer's memory and it stores the associated data to that address. As a programmer, to get access to certain data in the memory, you need the address. So the address information of data in the memory is stored in the name of your variable. When you want to know about this data, you need the name of your variable. So just to understand how this works, in this variable we can only store integers. Integers are like whole numbers, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 and etc. And if you try to store a decimal or fraction number, you get error. So the type of your variable determines or specifies what data you are allowed to store in that variable. In the same way, if you want to store here text, you get again error. You see here a warning. This is because it says the value of the local variable age is not used. You should not initialize a variable. You should not create a variable that you don't use. It takes space in the memory. The chances that because of too many unused variable, you overload your computer's memory. It is not only some text in a Java file. For now, we are in the source code, but when you really compile and execute your program, then it will take some of the space in your memory. So the name of your variable is also called sometimes label, sometimes also mostly it is called identifier. The structure of a variable is the type of your variable, the identifier, and the value or the data associated to that identifier. This equal sign is called assignment operator in programming. Most of the terms, most of the concepts are the same in all programming language. This is the same. You have the type in every programming language. You have identifier in every programming language. You have operators. You have different types of operators. You have Assignment operator, this one is assignment operator. You have logical operators, you have arithmetic operators, and we will talk about that later. So if you learn Java, you not only learn Java, you learn programming language. And if you want to learn another programming language like C# or C++ or Python, then you don't need to learn all of them. You just need to learn the syntax. That is the only difference. And also in the syntax there are not so many difference. You have public, static, void, and the same structures like curly braces, brackets, square brackets, also in C#, in C++, and in C family, and also in Java. So learning Java is learning programming in general. When you create a variable and give it an initial value, it is called initializing a variable. In Java, you cannot just leave it like this. If you want to read a variable, you must give it also a value. So let us print this in the console. System.out.println, and here let us say I am age years old. Let us compile and execute our program. Java variable, then to invoke the Java virtual machine to convert the bytecode to native code.
I am 30 years old.
If you change this to something like 50, you can also declare multiple variables at the same line. For example, age is 50. We call year 2023, and we use again comma for different variable names. Date, for example, today is 8. Age, year, date, age, year and date. So here you see age, year and date, 35, 2023 and 8. This way of declaring a variable is not recommended. It is not readable, it is not clear, and it is not best practice. It is the best practice that you declare and initialize every variable separately, like this. Int, you probably notice semicolon here. semicolon is part of the syntax of Java. It is mandatory. If you don't give it, you get error. In some programming language, it is not mandatory, like in Java, in Python, but in C#, C++, in Java, it is mandatory. We also can copy the data or the value of one variable into another variable. Let me show you an example. You see here age 50, her age is age. Then if I print here her age, her age, her age is 50. Now one thing that I want you to pay attention here is the convention that I have used for naming our variables. As I told you before, it is called the camel case notation. So for naming our variables, we capitalize the first letter of every word in our variable name except the first word. Types in Java. In Java, we have two main categories for types. The first one is primitive types for storing simple values. And then we have reference type for storing complex objects. Reference type is also called non-primitive type. These are primitive types in Java. First, you have some different types for whole number, for integers. You have byte, and then it has the bytes. The bytes means how much space it takes in the memory. So the more space it takes in the memory, the larger number or the larger data it can store in the memory. So byte is a very small number, and it takes 1 byte space in the memory, and the range for this type is from 100 minus 128 to 127. Second, we have short. It takes 2 bytes in the memory, and then you have more bytes, so you can store from minus 32,000 up to plus 32,000. Then you have integer. Integer takes 4 bytes in the memory, so it can store also larger number from minus 2 billion up to 2 plus 2 billion. Then you have long. It takes 8 bytes, so it can store even larger number. Then for decimal numbers, so in this one, byte, short, int, long, you cannot store numbers with decimal points. No fraction number in byte, short, int, long. So for decimal numbers, you have float. It takes 4 bytes in the memory, and then you have double. It takes 8 bytes in the memory, where it allows you to store larger number in the memory. Then you have for the characters, you have char type. It takes 2 bytes in the memory for supporting international characters, different characters from different languages. In English, you have A, B, C. You can also store numbers in character form. And then you have for true or false, you have boolean. It takes 1 byte in the memory, and then it can have either true or false value. But for the memory, it is like number 1 or number 0. There is something very important about types in programming that almost nobody talk about, and that is the type that you use. It is very important and crucial. When you initialize a variable, you not only initialize a variable, you reserve space in the memory, in your computer's memory. And in the world, we have different devices. We have devices with a large capacity of memory, and we have devices that don't have enough memory. As a professional programmer, when you develop and create a software that is used by millions of people, you should be very careful with your type. For example, if you are sure that the range of your variable is not going to be over 127, you must use byte, and not for everything you use int. Int takes 4 bytes, and in a software you don't have one variable, you have hundreds, thousands of variables. And if you initialize int for all of them, even if you're just storing 0 or 1, it takes 4 bytes. And if you multiply thousands with 4, it will be 4000 bytes, and it will take a lot of memory. It can overload your device memory or the user's device memory, and then your application will crash. Your application will not perform well. Your application will perform very slow. So that is very important, and that you should pay attention to that. Many developers, many teachers don't talk about this, but this is very important. So once again, based on the range of your variable, based on the range of the data, you gave the type. The same way for decimal numbers. If you see that it is not a very large number, use float instead of double. If you see that the range of your number is not over 32,000, use short. And if you see that the range will not be over 2 billion, use end instead of long. So using the correct type has a huge impact on the performance of your application. Let us do some examples of this primitive types. So the first one is again integer age 30, and it takes 4 bytes. And we have a better type for this, a type that stores up to 127, and it takes only 1 byte. So for the age, it is better to use byte, and it is still okay. But if you give a value that is above the range of that byte, you will see an error. For example, if I make it 300, I see here an error. It is type mismatch, cannot convert from int to byte. It will always say int to byte, but if you change this to short, it will be okay. Now you see it is okay. And then for the years, because it goes above the range of byte, you can use short 2023, and it is still okay. For example, view counts. Now you see this is a very large number. To understand this much better, you can use underscore to divide your number in categories. Like in the real world, we use a comma, but in Java, you can use underscore. Let us increase this to 3. By default, Java sees all numbers as integer. This is the literal this of type int is out of range. Let us change this to a type above integer, that is long. You see we changed this to long, but the error is still here. That is because Java sees all numbers as integer. We can add here a lowercase l or uppercase l to tell the compiler this is long type. But the lowercase a looks like number 1. It is best practice to use uppercase L. Let us now talk about decimal integer. Here salary. Now we see an error and it says type mismatch, cannot convert from double to integer. This is in the range of float. We can change it to float. If you add an if, you tell the compiler that this is the type float. Another example of decimal, for example, double price 10.99. Here we don't see any error because the compiler sees this as double, but this number is in the range of float, and we don't need to give the type double for such a small number. So let us change this to float. Float. For float, you need to add uppercase F or lowercase f. Probably you have noticed that I keep saying float, but this is pronounced float, not float. Sorry for my English. Now, as you know, for two types in Java, you need suffix for long and for float. Now let us see an example of a character type with char, single letter, and a. For a single letter, for one character, you use a single quote. For multiple characters or for a string, you use double quote. If I change this to double quote, I get error and it says cannot convert from string to char. Now you also know how the compiler works. It is all about the convention. There are smart, intelligent code that understands, reads, and translates our code, and based on that, it interprets what it does. Is it okay or it is not okay? And based on that, it gives us some error, some message, some warning, and etc. The compiler itself is another program that reads this file from top to bottom, translates this to bytecode, translates this if everything is okay, checks line by line if the syntax is okay or not, if the types are okay, if the range for types is okay or not. And it checks everything, all the syntax, the types, the identifiers, and everything. For example, here, if I add 1 at the beginning of this name H, this is part of the syntax of programming language, that the identifier of your variable cannot start with a number. So the compiler also complains about that. Then we have Boolean. Did you like the video? True. Or if you didn't like, false. So in Boolean, you have first the type Boolean, and then you have your identifier. You see also here the convention, the camel case notation, and the value false or true. Another important thing about naming in programming, you cannot use the programming language reserved keywords as the identifier of your variable, as the identifier of your methods, functions, or classes. For example, here, char, float, long, short, byte, true, false, public, static, void, string. These are all the reserved keywords of a programming language, in this case Java. So you cannot use here false. You say false, false. You cannot do that. Or here you say char, char, to say, for example, one character. But there is a workaround in case, just in case, in some situation, you need to use in these words, you can use underscore to avoid the error. That is a convention. For example, the same way here false. Now Java does not see it as a Java reserved keyword. This is not the best practice to do that, but in case you have to do that, you now know the solution on the workaround. Reference or non-primitive types. In primitive types, we have 8 types, and the rest of them are non-primitive types or reference types. Reference types are slightly different than primitive types. Reference types are classes or libraries or types with many complex data with them. For example, for some reason, you want to store the current data in the memory and use it in your program. For that, you have date type. When you type here date, the IntelliSense here suggests the date type from different library. Here you have date from the class or from the library SQL in case you want to use the data for your database, and then you have from util, and then you have date editor, you have date format, and you have all these libraries, utilities that came with Java development kit. We need this one. When you click on that, it automatically imports that type or that library. Without importing it, you will get error and you have no access. To have access to that library, to that class, to use that in your program, you need to import that. When you want to make use of your code out of your code, you need to import that. If you also have another methods inside your class, this class types in Java, and you want to use it in another file, you need to import that. You import your class and then use everything, every public stuff, methods, attributes, functions, fields that you have inside your class. So this is what reference types are. And then you give an identifier. For example, you say today's date, and then for this we need to use new. That is another difference between primitive type and reference type. And then we use date and brackets. In reference type, we need to allocate memory, and for releasing that, we don't need to worry about that. Java runtime environment takes care of that. But for primitive types, like let us say again byte age 30. For primitive types, we do need to allocate the memory. The Java runtime environment allocates the memory and releases the memory and does all the necessary stuff for us. Very short about classes and objectives. This is part of object-oriented programming. So when you use the keyword new, you create an instance of a class. So that is an object. A class is a template for an object, and an object is an instance of a class or an instance of that template. So the date here, this type is a template for date. It contains all the necessary methods and data about the date. The same way we can have a class employee, and that is a template for an employee. For example, an employee has an ID, first name, last name, email address, phone number, salary. You have access to all the members of the date. For example, you call today's date dot. You can get time, hash code to string, from, compare to, after, before, clone, set time. So we can access all the members defined in this class using dot operator. And of course we need to store it in another variable. For example, the get time, it also says here that it returns long. Now you see that reference types and primitive types are part of each other. Let us print the today's date in the console. System dot out dot println. So this is, you see, this is a long line to type every time. There is a shortcut to type this faster, and that is SOUT, SOUT. That is the shortcut for that. Let us also give it a label here in the console. Today's date is, and then let us see if we can concatenate this with this today's date. So far so good. Java C, type is in Java, and then Java type is in Java, and it says today's date is Tuesday, August 8, and this is the time, and 2023. This is the date on my machine. So in conclusion, primitive types store simple data, and reference types store complex object. But there is a very important difference between primitive types and reference types in terms of memory management. Let me give you an example. For example, byte x1. Now these two variables take different locations in the memory. These two variables are independent of each other. If I assign another value, a new value to x, for example, let's say 5, the value of y will not change. Let me show you. South x, and then y, Because of the tools, the extensions, there is also another button, Run Java. When you click, so it is not necessary for us if you also have installed the same extension. Let me show you. If you installed these extensions, debugger for Java, extension pack for Java, then you also have access to you have this button here to run, to compile and execute your Java code. So when you click, so it says x is 5, y is 1. So y now has the initial value of x, but not the new value of x. With reference type, it is different. For example, date, now new date, and we want to copy this to another date, now 1. Now the differences between reference type and primitive type is, in reference type, as the name says, we reference to that variable, and this variable that we are using to copy the variable now, this only stores the address of the variable now. For example, the address of this variable now in the memory is 100. This also will store the same memory address, 100. So if you change this, this will also change. In reference type, you take one space. These two variables took two different places with the same size. It also took 1 byte. This also took 1 byte. But in reference type, this does not happen. The first one takes the space, and the second one references to the first one without taking any space. And it is very interesting, and it is very important that you understand. For example, if this variable now takes 4 bytes, the variable now 1 will not take 4 bytes. It will just reference to this variable. So these both variables take 4 bytes in the memory, not 8 bytes. So in conclusion, the variable now1 only stores the memory address of now and not all the data that belongs to now. So it is very important, and it is very efficient for the program. So reference types do not store the actual value. They reference to the initial variable. So primitive types are independent of each other. Reference type are dependent of each other. Let us talk about strings in Java. Strings are also reference type. So to create a variable type string, you first say string, for example, message, and then new string, and then here you pass a message like hello world. Here we create an instance of this string class, but because we use string a lot, there is a shorter way to create variable type string without needing for the new string keywords. Now this looks like primitive data type, but it is not primitive data type. Java made it easy for us to create string variables in a shorter way. So this is just a shorthand way to create a string variable. This is also called string literal. Let me print it to the console again. South message Java string strings in Java. Hello world, beautiful. You can concatenate a string with another string or a text with another text using the plus operator. For example, you want to add here also some exclamation marks. Save it, run it, and here we have. We can also put this in another string variable, endings, for example, and here using the plus operator endings, it will be in the same. Now you know that classes can have members, and a string is a class. We can access all its members using dot operators. For example, endings dot, and here you have all these members. Format, length, that is used a lot. Char at, chars characters. You have concat to join another string with that string. You have contains. You have contain equals. Index with get bytes, and index of is used to get the position of a character or characters in a string. So every character in a string has index number. Index numbers specifies the location of the character in a string, and it always starts from 0. So here H has index 0, and then your E has index 1, the first L index 2, the second L index 3, and so on. Even the white space has index in programming, because white space is also a character. For example, instead of that, let's check if our message ends with LD. And here is the result true, because this message ends with LD. If we say ends with W, it will be false. Now false because this string does not end with W. It is find index of W. So here we have two W's. We have lowercase w and uppercase W, and it says 5. Let us count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because this is lowercase, so it finds the index of the lowercase W. If I change this to uppercase, it will find the index of the uppercase W. Now 7. This was 5, 6 and 7. Another interesting method on this class is starts with, let's say, if the message starts with hello, it is true because it starts with hello. So it starts with ends with, they all return boolean. Let us get the length of our string. The length of the length method returns how many characters are in a string. So let us see. It is 12. So let us see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it also counts the white space, but for the length it does not start from 0. There is another interesting method in string, that is replace. Let us use it. Replace, for example, hello with hi. Now it says hi, hey world. I forgot to put hello there. Now hi world. Replace returns a new string. It does not modify the original string. Let us bring this here, Control X, another string, call it modified, and here first the original, concatenate with some this stuff, and then the modified. See, hello world is the original and hi world is the modified one. Another interesting thing here about functions or methods, you have two interesting terms, parameters and arguments. Parameters are variables that you use in your function. Arguments are values that you pass to your function. So here is the difference. This is args, this is a parameter. But when you call this main function and pass value, you pass arguments. So many programmers, many developers don't know the difference between parameters and arguments, but there is a big difference, and it is very important that you understand the differences. Let me give you an example of this. Here I use private, and I want this to return a string. And then here I want to also pass here string name. This must return a value. So return hi concatenate with the name. Here we use a name. This name is a variable. This is parameter used like a variable inside this function. But when I call this here, let us call it here and store the return value in a variable string set hi, and then we have access to say hi. You see here also an interesting message: cannot make a static reference to non-static method say hi from the type string in Java. So this one is private, but it also should be static. So let us print in the set hi. So you see hi John. You can have parameters as many as you want, age, and you say hi this person, concatenate with another string, say you are age years old. And now you see here an error because now it accepts two arguments because it has two parameters, and here you have to pass 30. We here say it is byte. Java understood this as integer, but you see here the method this byte in this is not applicable for arguments string int. This way we tell the compiler, will tell Java that this value is not an integer, it is a byte. Now, hi John, you are 30 years old. So that is the difference between parameters and argument. Now back to string. String in Java is immutable. It is not changeable. You cannot modify string in Java. Whenever you do anything with string using the string methods, for example, here we replace the hello with hi, it returns a new string instead of modifying the message. Whenever you try to modify a string, it returns a new string that you can store in a new variable or do stuff with that. So we cannot mutate string. We cannot change string in Java. Let us do some more examples of string methods. Let us change this message to all of them to lowercase. Now you see the first letter of hello is uppercase and the first letter of world is uppercase. Message to lower, and then you have message, the name of your variable, and then dot. Then you have here two lowercase. You have two string to uppercase, and then you have translate escapes to char array, transform. Let us try the two lowercase. Let us print this to the console. Now you see that all of them are lowercase. If we change it to uppercase, then change also the name of our variable to upper, Control C, Control V, and do it again. Now you see all of them are uppercase. Another interesting method in string is trim. Trim removes the white space from the beginning of your string and from the end of your string. For example, I add here some white space and here white space. Say original is message, and then here I write modified is this one. Now I change that to trim, and then I rename this to no white space. No white space. So the original one is hello world. You see it starts all from here, and it is until this place, and then here we have also white space for here. As you remember, this is this white space. So the modified one without any white space at the beginning of the string or at the end of the string. The trim method is useful when you're working with user inputs, because most of the times users enter extra white space at the beginning of the text that they enter in the inputs, and also at the end of that. For example, I myself, every time I want to fill a form, I always, it is like a habit that I give an extra white space at the beginning, and also always my keyboard gives also extra white space at the end. A white space is also another character, and it takes space in the memory, so it is very useful to use the trim to remove the extra white space from the beginning and the end of your inputs, your strings, your texts. The string class has many useful methods. We tried some of them, but we have no time to give an example of all of them. It is also actually not necessary. In practice or at your job, you're mostly using the trim, replace, starts with, ends with the index of. Also, the interesting thing is contains. You have the contains. The contains method checks if another string, another character, another text exists in your text or not. So let me give you an example of this. Here, instead of trim, I just say contains. If the message, if this text contains world or not, and this returns a boolean. Now you see the type is string. You have to change this to boolean. Then here we also need to contains world. This is non-modified, so it will return only true or false. Does the original contain the word world? Does the original contain the word world? and this is true because it contains that word. We saw the most used methods of a string. For the rest, you can try them by yourself. But the methods that I showed you are very important. You should take notes about this stuff, you should learn the method linketh, starts with, ends with, contain, to lower, to upper, because these are used mostly also in practice in production environment, so that's why you should take notes. There is also another term in programming regarding strings, that is escape sequence. In case you want to also include special characters in your text, by default the compiler throws error. So there is workaround and some useful techniques to avoid the errors. For example, if you want to surround the world with double quotes, you will get error. Now this is an error. The compiler says that the left hand side of the assignment must be a variable. Syntax error on token warned invalid assignment operator. This double quote means that this string ended. It does not know that it is for this word. So how we can avoid this error? That is very simple and easy. Just add a backslash before the double quote, and again before that. Let us print them in the console. We see in the double quotes as well. So double quote is one of the special characters in programming that you should be aware of. There is also another special character, that is the backslash itself. In case you want to ignore the backslash, now you see error here. This is invalid escape sequence. Now you have valid ones or \b, \t for tab, \n for new, or double quote, single quote, and then backslash. To ignore this backslash, we can add another backslash and also another backslash. This is useful. For example, when you want to store the path to some file in your machine. For example, string path to PDF, and then you want to store it in a string, for example, C drive. You want to add backslash files, and then again backslash PDF, backslash, and then the name of your file, for example, contractor.pdf. So backslash. Now the error gone. And if you print this, let me remove this one, it is not necessary. Control C, Control V, and then now this is the path without a double backslash. A side note about the paths on Windows: it is not necessary that it is backslash. It also works when you use normal slash or forward slash. So this path and this path works both on Windows. Another escape sequence is \n for jumping to the new line. For example, in message, I want to jump to the new line. Now it says hello world, and then in the new line I write something else. I am a software engineer, and then add another new line back to the new line. I like to share my knowledge. Now we have this text. Let us run it. Let us also change this to message. This one is not necessary anymore. You see, here we see all of them just in one line, and here by using the escape sequence \n, we jump to a new line. I am a software engineer. I like to share my knowledge, and we can add more like new line. Say please like the video, and now we will see that. Please like the video. And this way you see some it is useful when you want to also add another space for readability. For example, I want to add here a new line so that it jumps a little bit down, and also here. Now you see it is much better and readable. When you work as a software engineer, software developer, the chance is very high that you also will work with texts, with text files, with PDF files, processing different files. These escape sequences help you to work with texts and strings properly. So another one is tab. When you want to enter tab, for example, on your keyboard. So you have \T for tab. For example, we want to move the hello world some space to the right. We can add T for tab, another T, so double tap, and then new line, new line. Now you see this is a double tap. So in most cases a tab is 4 white space. For example, here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So in most operating system a tab is for white space, but you also can modify that in your settings. You can also modify that in your code editor, and this escape sequences are also in another programming language. If you learn it now here in Java, you will also know about these escape sequences in Python, in C Sharp, in C++, and etc. We saw the most used escape sequences. Here I have the list of all escape sequences. So you have \A for bell, alert, \p for backspace, \f for form feed, \a new line, \r carriage return, \t horizontal tab, \v vertical tab, and then single quote for single quotation mark to escape a single quote. Then you have double quote, to just escape the backslash, and then question mark is literal question mark, and then triple O for ASCII character in octal notation. Then you have \x and then HH. That is not HH, that is the hexadecimal value. So that is the ASCII character in hexadecimal notation. Then you can give 2 hexadecimal characters or 4 hexadecimal characters to escape that. Again \x and 4 hexadecimal characters. That is for Unicode character in hexadecimal notation if this escape sequence is used in wide character constant or Unicode string literal. This is an example of 4 hexadecimal characters. Arrays in Java. What are arrays? Arrays are a way to store multiple values in one variable. You can store a group of numbers, a group of names, a group of people, a group of related or unrelated data in one variable. So we use arrays to store a list of items, a list of names, a list of people, a list of messages, a list of products, a list of tools, and etc. Let me show you an example. For example, in my numbers, for example 2. Now this is one single character, it is one number. If we want to store many numbers in this variable, we have to declare this as an array. This is a primitive type, but arrays are reference type. Arrays are non-primitive types. So to convert this to an array, we use square brackets after the type name. Now we see here an error. Type mismatch, cannot convert from int to int array. So because this is a reference type, we need to use new and then the name of our type again, and then again square brackets, and here we have to specify the number of items that we want to store in this array. For example, we want to store 5 items in this array. So arrays are also class. They have members, they have methods. You can add stuff to your array, you can get the items of your array, you can do stuff with your array using the available methods. For example, my numbers dot, you have all these members and methods. You can get the length of your array, you can convert it to a string. Let us print the length of this array. Again south, enter my numbers dot length. Java, arrays in Java. So we also declared here 5 items. It also says 5. As you have noticed, a strange thing happened here. Before, I had to compile a Java program and then execute. Now you can do it all at once. You can compile and execute at the same time. I used here just accidentally Java and then the name of this program. It gives me the result. It also compiled and executed the file. Before I was using Java C to compile like array in Java, and then I had to use again Java, the name of our class. So if you use just Java and then the name of your file, it gives the same result. So it compiles and executes at the same time. It is much better. This is something new in the new version. In the previous versions, it was not like that. That's why from the beginning of this course till now, I was using the old methods, compiling it and then executing. I am not using Java this way. This is just for this tutorial. For working with Java, I use Android Studio. Android Studio is a platform and IDE for building mobile applications in Java and in Kotlin. Kotlin is another programming language developed by Google for modern Android applications in a much easier way. But I like Java because Java is used in different sectors, in different areas for different stuff. Java is everywhere, but Kotlin is new only in Android Studio and in some Android areas. But Java is also in web development, in database development, in artificial intelligence, and doing in robotic world, and etc. That's why I still use Java inside Android Studio. I am also an Android developer. I can build, create, design, and engineer Java softwares, Android applications. So the way that I'm teaching this course is for beginners to learn Java programming language. You learn in this course to become a Java programmer. So software engineer, software developer is different. For being software developer, you need many tools. You need to have knowledge of styling, knowledge of building user interface, knowledge of source control, knowledge of database, and some other libraries and other tools. But this course is designed to teach you programming. Programming is different than software development or web development, because in web development and in software development, you need tons of other tools. You have to have knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, backend technologies, database, source control, and some companies use GitHub, some companies use GitLab, some companies have their own source control system, some companies use a source tree. So don't get disappointed or don't find it overwhelmed, and don't think that becoming software engineer, software developer, or web developer is difficult, because you have to learn so many other tools. You will learn everything very simple and easy. They are very fun. You can become a software developer very easy and simple. It is not difficult. It is not overwhelming, and it is not too much. So this was just a side note about software development and about programming. Back to arrays. So lists in programming have index, and you can use index numbers to access items from your list, from your array. or modify the value of items in an array or a list. Let me show you an example. My numbers, and then square bracket, and then the index number. The index is a way for addressing an item in a list. The first item has the index number 0. So if you want to access or modify the first item in a list or in an array, we use 0, the index number 0. So we assign that to, for example, let's say 4, the first item to be 4. So we defined this list, this array, to have 5 members, 5 items. So we can go up to 4, my number, and then we can have 4, because if we use 5, then it will be out of the range of this array, because it is started from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 5 items. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is 5 items. And then this is the last item in our array. What if you gave an index that is out of the range? For example, you say my number 10, and you give it a number, for example, this number. Let us run our program. Now we see here an exception. Exception is a way of Java saying there is an error. There is something wrong with your program. You need to fix that. And it also gives you some clue. In thread main java.language.array index out of bounds exception. So it means that you are giving an index number that is out of the range of this array. So it says index 10 out of bounds for length 5. And it also says the line, so line 7. In another programming languages, another tools give out of range. Java says out of bounds. If I change this to, let us say, 3, because now it is in the range, in the bounds, so we will get no error. Clean that and run it. We see 5 again. And also print the number itself. If you want to see the content of your array this way, you just get the memory address of your variable. You get this value. It means nothing for us, but it has meaning for the machine. How to see the content of your array? To print or to see the content of your array or your list, you can make use of the array class, the array library, that is in java.util arrays. And then here you have different methods. You have also toString. You have for every primitive type and reference type a method for to convert it to string. In our case, our array is an integer array, so we use this one, and we pass our array. Let us print this to the console. Now we see here 4, the 0, we give value 4, and then for 1 and 2 we give nothing, so it automatically inserted 0 and 0. It is like it is empty. And then for 3 we enter this number 345. And then for the last item we enter 10, and we see here 10. You can also modify that. For example, we say my number 1, the second item to be, for example, 2, and then my number 2 to be, for example, 3. That's just an example. Then we have the 3 and 4 here. Let us try again. Now we have 4, 2, 3, and this number and this number. Let us change this to 1, 2, 3, and then this one 4, and this one 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first item, second, third, fourth, and fifth item in this array. Again about this, because we initialized our array as integer array, now here you see 0, 0. If this was Boolean array, this was false, false. Let us say that it is Boolean. Boolean, and then Boolean. So and then run this. You see here false, 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 because these are empty. And then I want to give a value for the first one, true, and also for the last one. It is not the last one, this one is the last one, also true. So here you see true for the first one, true for the last one, and false for the rest, which means those items are empty, or the place for those items or those indexes are empty. Let's do one more time for string. So it also should be a string, and for this one we say just hi. For this we say bye. So here you see hi, null, 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 bye. So null means just empty, no value, nothing. So for Boolean you get false, for integer you get 0 by default, because you specified the number of items in your list. The Java compiler automatically fills something in those empty places. Working with arrays this way is tedious and old way, so you cannot do it in a practice like this. This is just for tutorial. So this is another way that you can add items in your array. Let's back to integer. It is simpler to work. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this way you can give any value. When you know all the values, you give the values, it automatically knows the length of your array. So let us print it to the console. Voila, the items and the linked my numbers dot linked So 6, we have 6 items and we also got 6. So let's change these items. So now you see that the items are not sorted properly. So like this, you have methods, you have functions that you can use to work with arrays, and that is, again, you know, that the arrays class, and here you have all the method, and one of them is sort, and this sort method is overloaded with different types, different parameters. We use the integer one because our array is integer. So this sort method takes 3 parameters, but the first one is mandatory, that you pass your list or your array. Two very important facts about arrays in Java. Arrays are mutable, changeable, you can change it. Arrays have fixed length, so you cannot add or remove stuff from your array. So let us see how this method sorted this list. Again, we should see that. So arrays dot toString, we use again integer and then our number. So it sorted this array to 1, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11. So from the lowest number to highest number. You have many methods that you can use in arrays class. This was an example of one-dimensional array. You have one-dimensional array, you have two-dimensional array, you have three-dimensional array, you have multi-dimensional array. Multi-dimensional arrays are used in scientific researches, in biology, in lab. Multi-dimensional arrays are used with statistical data in the lab for manipulating, working with statistical data. For example, two-dimensional arrays are used in matrix. Three-dimensional arrays are used in cube. If you want to create a matrix with 2 rows and 3 columns, this is how you can do. So remove this. So for two-dimensional array, you need to add 2 times square brackets and close square brackets, new, and then int. And then here you have to specify the items of the first dimension and the items of the second dimension. So the first one is for the rows and the second one is for the columns. To access and to modify items of multi-dimensional array, you also need to use multiple times left and right square brackets. For example, here my numbers, and then for the first one and then for the second one. So to get the item of the first column and the first row, here you use this one. You can also use this to get items from your array and also to modify or give a new value, or to override the value or give initial value. If there is no value, you can give initial value. If there is value, you can modify or override the previous value. For example, we want to give here 5. To see the content of single dimensional array, you use a toString. But if you want to see the content of multi-dimensional array, you use deep toString. Deep toString, and then you pass your array as argument. Let's see. And here you see that the first item is 5. We assign 5, and then you see each dimension. If you want to create a 3-dimensional array, all what you need to do is just add another dimension with the left and right square bracket, and here also the same. And you must specify also the items in this dimension. For example, you want this one to have 5 items. And then you also, when you want to assign new value or override the value or get the value, you also have to specify that. For example, to let us see, because this is 3-dimension, you also see here 3 opening square brackets. For 2-dimensional, you see 2 opening square brackets. So because this is an array, it starts with a square bracket for the first one. So this is for the first one, and this is for the last one. And then for each dimension, you have open and close square brackets. Now it looks like this from the programmer perspective, but for the scientific researchers, it is just a matrix. There are libraries that also helps you to demonstrate, analyze, and visualize multi-dimensional arrays so that you see it as actual matrix, as actual multi-dimensional arrays. So this is one way to create multi-dimensional arrays. You can also use curly braces. Let me show you. Convert this back to 2-dimensional array, and then we don't need to use a new keyword. So the first curly braces are for to say this is an array. We open another one for the first dimension, and then another one for the second dimension. So for the first one, it specifies the number of rows. So let's see, you have 3, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9. That is just an example. It is not necessary anymore. So this means that this is a 2-dimensional array with 2 rows and 3 columns. So here we have row 1 and row 2. This is the first row and this is the second row, and we have 3 columns. We have 1, 2 and 3. So this is the items of the second row. Let's see. Now it looks like this. In case you are using another code editor that don't have extensions, you must import the arrays class yourself manually. So it automatically imported this for me. Otherwise you keep getting error, or in case you get error because of arrays class, it is because you did not import that. So it is worth to mention it if you are using another code editor or IDE. As a professional, it is the chances very low that you will work with multidimensional arrays. I have never faced multidimensional arrays in my career, but if you will work in hospitals, in labs, in scientific research environment, you will see that, and that is necessary to know that multidimensional arrays exist in programming, in Java, in C Sharp, in another programming languages. There are many useful libraries that help you with multi-dimensional arrays to modify the items, to get the items, to visualize, to analyze, to demonstrate and stuff. You don't need to worry about that. And multi-dimensional arrays are also very easy and simple to use and to work with. Constants in Java. Constants are a way to create variables so that you will not accidentally modify its initial value. When you declare a constant variable, you have to give initial value. Without that, you get error. For example, if you want to calculate the area of a circle, you have float and then pi, then 3.14. In mathematics, you have many constants for calculating the areas or other stuff. And this is pi is one of the most used constant at school. For example, you create an application that uses this pi, and you accidentally assign a new value, let's say 2. All of our calculation will get messed up, and that is not a good thing. So to avoid this, in Java there is another keyword is final. When you add final, you tell the program that Java, this is a constant, and a constant is not allowed to get reassigned. You're not allowed to reassign a constant variable. So that's why you get here an error. And it says the final local variable pi cannot be assigned. It must be blank and not using a compound assignment. You create some variables that their value remain the same, stay the same the whole life of the program, and you create variables that you want to modify, change their values. All of them are necessary in calculations, in programs, in softwares, in programming. There is also there is also a special convention for naming constants. The naming of your constants should be all uppercase. Operators in Java, arithmetic expressions in Java. So you have these operators. This is also called arithmetic operators. You have addition operator, you have subtraction, you have multiplication, division, and modulus. This is the remainder of division. Let me give you an example. Say integer result is say 10 plus 3, and outprint result. So guess what will be the result? Java 13. So you know this from elementary school. It is very simple. Then you have subtraction, and then you have multiplication, and then you have division. That is the interesting one. This is 3. 10 divided by 3 is 3. So the division of a whole number by whole number is a whole number in Java. What if you give here float? So 3.0, that's the only difference. As you have noticed, the result of this division is not accurate. 10 divided by 3 is kinda 3.33 or something like that. But because we are here using integer and also here whole number, we get wrong result. So for that we need to convert this to double. To convert or cast one value or variable from one type to another type, One way is to use brackets and then the name of the type, for example double. The same thing we should do here, double, and then we see compilation error because this one is integer, the left side is integer and the right side is double. So this is an expression. What is an expression? An expression in programming is something that produces a result, that produces a value, a final value. So this expression produces a value that is type double, but here we declare integer. And that's why we see here compilation error. So we must also change this to double. Now let us see. Very interesting now. So when it was integer, it was 3. When it was float, it was 3.0. But when it was double, it is 3.333 and 5, which is much more accurate than the previous one. So you see that using the right type, the correct type, is also very important in programming. There are some useful terms here. So this one is called operator, and the values are called operands. So this is operand, and this one is also operand. There are also some other operators in arithmetic, that is increment operator, then you have decrement operator, then you have a shorthand operator for division, like this one, and then you have a shorthand operator for multiplication. Let me give you an example of that. Let us say we have here integer x 1, and we want to increment this by 1. Let us say x here is 1, and we should see something different than 1. So we see 2. So this one plus plus increment a value by 1, and minus minus decrement a value by 1. Now it is 0. It was 1, 0. You have shorthand for division, multiplication. You also have shorthand for addition and subtraction, that you have this one and you have also this one. So instead of that, you can use plus, let's say 11. This means x plus 11. This one is a shorthand for this, that you at the same time reassign the value of a variable with a new value. Let us see. For the increment and decrement operators, you have also another term, prefix or postfix. Let me show you. For example, if we have integer y x plus plus, and this one is y, you will see a strange result. Why this result? Because here in this line, we first assign the x value, the initial value, to y, and then we increase its value. So its value got increased after it was copied to this variable. And if you here add this before, it is called prefix. So if we apply this as prefix, first the x will get increased by 1, and then it will be copied to y. Now here both x and y will be 2. Voilà, 2 and 2. Increment and decrement operators increases or decreases the value of a variable by 1. If you want to increase the value by more than 1, you can use this operator, plus assignment operator or minus assignment operator, as I showed you previously. These four operators are also called augmented operators or compound operators. Let us do an example of multiplication. Let's say we have here 7 and we do x multiply by 5, which is in the same as x assignment operator x times 5. This is exactly the same. We don't need this anymore. Take a look. Now 35. So you know from a long time ago from school that 7 times 5 or 5 times 7 is 35. So this one is compound operator or augmented operator for multiplication. Let us do an example of modulus in compound operator. X modulus 5. Let us make this 35 and see the result. It is 0. So the remainder of division, when you divide 35 by 5, is 0. So these compound assignment operators are very handy and short. In Java, you have different categories of operators. You have arithmetic operators, you have assignment operators, you have comparison operators, you have logical operators, and you have bitwise operators. We talked about arithmetic operators and assignment operators here in this chapter. These are arithmetic operators and these are assignment operators. This is also one of the assignment operators that we have seen since the beginning of this course. So now you know arithmetic operators and assignment operators. Let us talk about comparison operators. Comparison operators are used to compare two or more than two values, to evaluate the equality of two or more than two values or variables. Let me give you an example. In comparison operators, you have double equal sign for checking the equality, then you have right angle bracket for checking greater than, then you have left angle bracket for checking less than, is A less than B, and then you have greater than and equal to, then you have this one for less than or equal to. Integer x, say 5, integer y is say 9, and then boolean result x equal to y. This is called Boolean expression because it returns a Boolean value. When an expression returns Boolean value, it is called Boolean expression. The result is false because 5 is not equal to 9. Let us do the greater than. Is x greater than y? Which means is 5 greater than 9? Again false, because 5 is not greater than 9. It is checked for less than. Is x less than y? The result will be true or false. Let us see. True, because 5 is less than 9. Let us check another one. Greater than and equal. Is x greater than or equal to y? Let us check less than or equal to. True. Is x less than or equal to y? Which means is 5 less than or equal to 9, which is true. Now this is a very simple and easy expression. In some situation you can have expressions like many lines. It doesn't matter how big the expression is, it works the same. If you understand this, you will understand no matter what big expression you get. There is also one more operator in comparison operators, and that's not equal to. Let us check. This expression means is x not equal to y? It is true, because 5 is not equal to 9. What if you want to combine multiple Boolean expressions? Here you want to add also directly a value, not a variable, like say 2 greater than 7, and you want to add another one, 8 equals to 2 times 4. Now we see error. How to resolve this error? So for this we need logical operators. In logical operators you have 3 operators. You have AND logical operator, you have OR logical operator, and you have NOT logical operator. Let me give you an example. Boolean result true and false. Suppose this is a Boolean expression and this one is another Boolean expression, and we use a logical operator to evaluate the result of two different Boolean expressions. Result false, true and false is false. Let me change this to false. False, false is also false. False, true is false. True, true is true. Let me recap here. Let's say T for true and F for false. If there is one false in your expression with AND logical operator, the result is false. There is something very important about logical operators that almost nobody talk about, and that is very important for junior developers, for junior programmers. That is that AND logical operator searches for false. If there is one false, it stops and it will not evaluate the rest of the expression. For example, if I turn this to false, you see here a warning, dead code. So it found false here, and this is AND logical operator. This one is dead code which means that it stops here. It will not go further. If you understand this, you will not write unnecessary code in your application, in your program. So now this one is completely unnecessary. Let me give you now an example of a OR logical operator. Change this just to this one. The OR logical operator searches for true. If it finds one true, it stops there and it returns. So if I change this to true, even this one is true, it says date code, which means that the expression stops, the compiler stops here and it returns the result, which is true. If this is false, so it is very important that you get the concept of logical operators. And logical operator searches for false. If there is one false, it returns false. Even if there is 100 truths, but there is one false, it returns false. And the OR logical operator returns true if there is one true. Even if there are 100 false, it returns true if there is one true. It will stop at the point where it found true. It is very important later in your code that you should not write unnecessary code, because it makes your application heavy and difficult to maintain, to extend, to update, to upgrade. So these are tips from my years of experience. I made these mistakes at the beginning of my career as a software engineer. So when I started learning programming like 15 years ago, nobody told me this. I learned this stuff by experience in a hard way. So it is very important, and I want to share you all my experience in all my tutorials. I wish somebody told me this stuff when I started learning programming. Back then, there were not so many tutorials on YouTube or online. We had to use books, and we had local training courses and local trainers. They were just looking for money. That was the most important thing for them. They were teaching just the general stuff without going deep, without concentrating on deep stuff, like to understand the concept of logical operators, comparison operators, and writing clean code, writing short code. I wrote some stuff here for you that you can read. Then we have not logical operator. So this one is true. If you use not logical operator, the result will be false. False. If this is false, the result will be true. So not logical operator reverse the result of the whole expression. If it is false, it turns it to true. If it is true, it turns it to false. Now that we know about the logical operators, let us come back to this one. So here we got error because we combined multiple Boolean expressions. So let us say x not equal to y and 2 greater than 7 or 8 equal to 2 times 4. By default, any programming language evaluates any expression from left to right. Now for us, this is 3 components, but for compiler it is 2 components, this one and this one. This one and the result of this one will be the result. Let us take a look. Now it is true. Let us see why. So this one is true. and the result of this is also true. True and true result is to true. 2 is not greater than 7, so this is false. But 8 is equals to 2 times 4. You can do many stuff and combine them with comparison operators and logical operators. But if you understand the basics, they are all the same. Let us say you have a very complex expression. You have a combination of 100 Boolean expression. The first 99 expressions are true, and there is one false expression at the end. By default, the compiler will go through all 99 and stop at when it reaches the false, when you are using the AND logical operator. But if you bring the false at the beginning as the first expression, then it will stop immediately and the false at the beginning and ignore all the other 99 expressions. So now you see the difference, and I hope now you understand how it can impact the performance of your application. And the same way, if you have 100 expressions and you are using OR logical operator, and the first 99 expressions are true and there is one false, so the first one is true, it stops there, returns true, and ignore the rest. You can also wrap them in parentheses to negate the whole expression. Let's see. Now it is false. Before it was true. Another side note about not logical operator. For junior developers, you immediately think about AND or logical operator. But non-logical operator is more useful than other two logical operators. In many cases, non-logical operator is shorter, easier, and more professional. So whenever you work with Boolean expressions, think about not logical operator as well, because it helps us to write very clean code and short code. Not logical operator helps us to avoid many complexities. I hope that comparison operators and logical operators were clear for you and you understood the concept of comparison operators and logical operators. Now let us talk about bitwise operators. You have all these operators in bitwise. You have bitwise AND operator, you have bitwise OR operator, you have bitwise exclusive OR operator, this one. Then you have bitwise complement operator, you have bitwise left shift operator, you have bitwise right shift operator, then you have a bitwise unsigned right shift operator. Bitwise operators evaluate the binary representation of anything that you give. First, it converts your input, your value, to binary and then runs binary operators on them. Let me give you an example, and the result is really something shocking. So we say x and y. So the result of bitwise operator is not boolean, it is another integer. Let us see the result. It is 1. So doing 5 and bitwise operator with 9 is 1. To understand this, we have to convert 5 to binary and then y also to binary and do some AND operator. So what is 5 in binary and what is 9 in binary? Let me show you how you can convert from integer to binary. So binary numbers are series of zeros and 1, that is called base 2, and the decimal number, the number that we use every day, is called base 10. We have 10 digits from 0 to 9. In binary it is base 2 because you have 2 digits, 0 and 1. One way to convert from decimal to binary is to divide the number by 2 and check the result or the remainder. 5 divided by 2, so you have here remainder. So when you have remainder, you add 1 and then the result is 2. 2 divided by 2 is 1. You don't have any remainder, so you add here 0 and then you have 1 divided by 2, again fraction, then you add here 1. This one is also 0. It is by default. They show the binary in the format of 4 digits for better readability. So the first one is 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, and so on. So for 2 to the power of 0 we have value, so that is 1. For 2 to the power of 1 we have nothing, that is 2, but we have nothing, so 0, 1. And then for 2 to the power of 2 we have value, that is 4, so here we have 4 plus 1 is 5. This is 5 in binary. Then let us say the 9. So 9 divided by 2, we have again a decimal number. You have to record here 1. 4 divided by 2 is a whole number, 0 on the left. Then we have 2 is the remainder divided by 2, again 0 at the end, and then 1 divided by 1, 1 divided by 2, sorry, is again decimal number, we store here 1. So now you know this one is 1 to the power of 0, so for that we have value. For 2 to the power of 1, which is 2, we have nothing. For 2 to the power of 2, which is 4, we have nothing. For 2 to the power of 3, which is 8, we have value. So 8 plus 1 is 9. I hope you understand the power stuff from school. When I say 2 to the power of 3, this is the way you say in computer, 2 to the power. Double star is power and single star is multiplication. When you say 2 to the power, which means 2 to the power of 3, for example, 2 times 2 times 2, which is 8. So now let us run AND operator on this, and let us see why the result came to 1 in our case, why the result was 1. So for AND, you know from the logical operator, true gave us true, false gave us false, true false gave us false, false true gave us again false. If there is one false, you get false. So here we have 1 true for 2 to the power of 0, which is 1, and that is why the result is here 1. If I run this again, Java operators in Java, the result is 1, and we also found this 1. So this is just for AND. If we change this to OR bitwise operator, the result will be, so this one and this one is 1, true is true, false is false, false is true, so we have to add here a 1, and false true is true. So here we have 8 4 is 12 plus 1 is 13. We should get here 13. Yes, now here is 13. If you don't understand this stuff, don't worry, take this as external note about bitwise operator. So that's enough about AND bitwise operator and OR bitwise operator. If you really like to learn all these bitwise operators, I talked about bitwise operators in details, very deep, all of them. I explained all of them with multiple examples in my Python full course. I put the link in the description of this video so that you can jump right to the section where I talk about operators in Python. So operators are the same everywhere in all programming languages. So only if you are curious about bitwise operators and you like to learn all of them in details, you can go there and watch the course. Now you also learned how to convert from decimal to binary. And to convert from binary to decimal, it is very simple. From right to left, we have 2 to the power of 0, which is 1, plus, for the 2 to the power of 1 we have nothing, so plus 0, and then we have plus 2 to the power of 2, which is 4, so plus 4, and then for 2 to the power of 3, which is 8, plus 8. So you add these numbers together and you come up with 13 as the result. This is how you convert from binary to decimal. I hope everything was clear. Order of operations in Java. The order of operations in programming languages are the same. In all programming languages, order of operation is the same. So when you learn it in Java, you learn it also in another programming languages. Take a look at this example. So 10 plus 3 times 2. What will the result be? The result will be 16. It is a basic math that many people misunderstood, and they think that this is 10 plus 3, which is 13, and then times 2, which will be 26. But the order of operation is different. Multiplication and division have the highest priority in operations. So the compiler will first do the division and the multiplication, and then the addition and the subtraction. Take a look. The result is 16 instead of 26. We can change the order of operation. If I do this, then it will change the order of operation. Now it is 26 because 10 plus 3 is 13. 13 times 2 is 26. So whenever you want that some parts of your expression get evaluated first, you need to wrap them in parentheses. That way the compiler will evaluate those parts with parentheses first and then the rest. So this is the summary of order of operation. Parentheses have the highest priority. The compiler will do first everything that is inside parentheses, and then it will look for multiplication and division, and finally for addition and subtraction. Casting or type conversion in Java. Generally in programming you have two groups of casting or type conversion. Implicit casting or implicit type conversion and explicit casting or explicit type conversion. What is implicit casting? Implicit casting is done automatically by the compiler. It happens because there is no chance of data loss. Here I prepare some stuff to save times. So byte can be converted automatically to short. Short can be converted to integer, and integer can be converted to long, and long can be converted to float, and then float can be converted to double. Why? Because the size of byte is less than short, the size of short is less than integer, the size of integer is less than long, and so on. So there is no chance of data loss. The compiler does it automatically. But you as a programmer should be aware of this, because in some cases that makes difference and you get the wrong result for your calculation. What is explicit casting? Explicit casting is done by the programmer manually using brackets. You use brackets and the name of your type before the name of your variable or the value. Implicit typecasting and explicit typecasting happen only between compatible types. So even if this happens automatically by the compiler, it happens between compatible types. So byte, short, integer, long, float, double, they are all numbers. Explicit casting is useful when you know that there is no chance of data loss and you convert backwards. For example, you convert integer to short, you convert float, you convert float to long or float to integer when you know the range of your number. Integer x, let us say 2, double y x plus 5, for example. This is an example of implicit typecasting. So here the x is not integer anymore. So the compiler converts the x to double and then plus 5, and then 5 is also double, and then the result is stored in this variable y. Let us see y Java casting. Now you see here 7.0. This is a decimal value, a decimal number, and the casting happened automatically. If we bring a little change here, let us make this double and this one integer. Here we see an error. The reason is because the size of double is much larger than the size of integer, so there is chance of data loss. It says type mismatch cannot convert from double to integer. In integer type you can store only up to 2 billion, and in double you can store much larger number than 2 billion. And if you have, for example, 3 billion in this double, you will lose 1 billion, and that is the reason the compiler gives error. Now the compiler is not that smart to notice this, that now x is double but it is 2, and 2 is in the range of integer. But in some case, x can be 5 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. And then if you try to convert that automatically, if you let the compiler to convert that automatically to integer, then you will lose data. It will cater your data, and then you will see like half of or less than half of your data. So any value of integer can be stored in double, but double cannot be stored in integer because it has a larger size. It has a much larger range. Let's bring it back. Integer, double. What actually happens under the hood in this situation is that we see this as programmer as x. You see, okay, this is this integer variable. But at this line, this is not integer anymore, and this is not x. The value of this variable is now stored somewhere in the memory as an anonymous variable without any name, without any identifier, just with value. The value of the x is stored somewhere in the memory as anonymous variable converted to double. So this is the value is converted to double and is stored somewhere in the memory. Then the calculation happens and the result is stored in this variable y. And the same thing happens to 5. Even if this is not a variable, this is a direct number, but this is an integer. So the compiler converts this to double, stores somewhere in the memory, and then the same thing that happens to x, also to 5, and the compiler calculates the result and stores in a double variable. Now let's do an example of explicit casting. Change this back to double and this one back to integer. So now you see error. To avoid this error, and you are sure that the range of this number is not higher than the range of integer, you can tell the compiler, I am sure there will be no data loss. Then you say integer. You explicitly, manually, wisely tell the compiler to convert this to integer. And now it is an integer. So 7 instead of 7.0. When this was a double, and this was an integer, x was 2.0, it converted and stored somewhere else. And it also converted 5 to double, and it is 5.0. So 2.0 plus 5.0 was 7.0. This was type conversion between compatible types, between numbers. And it is very important that you know that when you work with web application, with applications, with user interface, the inputs are always a string. You get always string from user. So in that situation, you must convert a string to number, and for that you have here classes, libraries to help you. As an example, let us say string age, and the user enters like 30. And that's what you get from the user interface. Always string. Even you see it as number, but it is a string. So to convert this to integer, you have a library integer age as number, then you have integer class in java.long, then you have parse int takes a string as argument and converts that to integer. Now let's see, age as number, is 30. In this example, age is an integer. In some case, you get float, you get double, you get any other type data. You can convert them the same way. Let us say that this is a double. Now this is not age, let us say salary. For example, 3000.99. And then because this is a double, you have here also double class, double dot parse double. Cannot convert from double to integer. Okay, this one should also be double. Now this way you can convert to double, parse double. You have float, parse float, and then because float is also decimal, it can be stored in double, but the range of double is much higher than floaters, so you also should change this to float, and it returns automatically float. You don't need to add an extra if here it is not necessary. So the same way you have for short, parse short, and then it must be short as well. So you got the idea. That is very necessary and very important to know. Let me recap very fast. Implicit type happens by the compiler automatically when there is no chance of data loss. Explicit casting happens by you manually when you are aware of what you are doing. When you know that there is no chance of data loss, you do it yourself manually. If you do it without knowing what will happen, you will lose some data. Let me give you an example. We want to convert from integer to short explicitly. 1, 2, 3, and this number. In short, you can store up to 32,000. So y, we say x, let us print y. You see now this value, this is not this value. There is no problem. Now it is 1000. Let's make it this 12,000. It will be still okay. Let us make this in the range of 32,000, 32,000. You see 32,000. Let us say 32,001. It is still okay. Make it 33,000. Now we see something else. We don't see this number. If you change this to something like 93,000, you see in this value. So this is the reason why automatic casting does not happen from a type with larger range to a type with a smaller range. If you do it manually and your number is much larger than the range of the type that you are converting to, you will lose data. We talked about converting string to number For example, if it is integer, you use integer. If it is double, you use double. If it is float, you use float. If it is short, you use short. But now the compiler does not give any error, or the tools does not show anything that there is anything wrong with this. But if you compile your program, you see error because this is double. For the compiler, this number is double, and we try to convert this to integer. So it is exception in three main Java number format exception. So for input string, this number 72.5. So the error is number format exception, which means that it cannot convert from double to integer. If we change this to double and then parse double, and then here you use explicit casting to integer, it will be fine. 72. So when you convert from double to integer, it always removes the decimal point. If it was like 5987, let us you see 72. So this explicit casting converted double to integer, so the compiler removed all the digits after the decimal point. Because this stuff are very important in programming, in calculation, there is a library in every programming language. There is many libraries for mathematical operations in C#, in C++, in Python, in JavaScript, in TypeScript, and of course in Java. So you have the math library, the math class in every programming language, and this library is almost everywhere the same. You saw that this converted double to integer, and this without rounding this down or rounding this up. In mathematical operation, it is very important that if you don't want the digits after the comma, you want it to get rounded up or rounded down. So it should become only 72 or 73. So for that situation, the math library is very useful. Let us see an example of that. Now we don't convert this to integer. Let us remove that. Take this also as double. So integer, I call it round down. And then you have math dot round. It takes float or double. Round we say to number. Now you see here an error. It says cannot convert from long to integer. Till here this is long because this returns long. So math.round returns long. So it says returns the value of the argument rounded to the nearest long value. Let's print this to the console. Now you see it is 73. Let's call it only round. Here we see 73 because the first number, this number after the comma, is 5. So if the first number is 5 or greater than 5, it will round it up. But if it is less than 5, it will round down. Let us make this 4, 5, 6. Now it is 72. So if the digits after the point are less than 5, it removes the decimal parts. But if it is equal or greater than 5, then it will increase the number by 1. If it is 5, you get 73. You also have floor and cell. So what it returns, the largest or close to positive infinity floating point value that less or equal to the argument and is equal to a mathematical integer. Now whatever the digits after the comma are, it doesn't matter. Floor will always round it down to the nearest integer. And then you have cell. It will always jump to the next number or a number above the original number. It is now 73. Even if it is 4, it is 73. So the math library has a lot of other methods that help you with mathematical operations. Math dot, and you have all this. You have macros, you have absolute, you have square root, you have a power of, you have all this stuff. You have sine, you have cosine, you have all the stuff that you saw at school. As you probably have noticed that this ceiling or flooring returns double, and that's actually not the point of it. You want to round it down to an integer. So instead of saying that this is a double, you say integer and then explicitly cast these to integer. Now you see 73. And if it is a floor, you will see 72. Let me give you another example from the math class. Double Marcus math dot Marcus. This method returns the maximum of two values. For example, you say 3 and 9. Now you know what the maximum is because you see it is 9. Then you have min. It returns the minimum of two numbers. So here 3 is the minimum. Then you have another interesting method, this random. So random generates a different number between 0 and 1 every time. Now you see that number, another number, another number, another number. Now by default you get just random numbers between 0 and 1. But you can modify this to get a number between 0 and any number that you want. For example, you want to get random numbers between 0 and 100. It is very simple, just multiply it by 100. Let us see. $79 point blah blah blah, 93 point blah blah blah, 57 blah blah blah, 37, 63, 74, 50, 44. So every time you run, it generates a new number between the specified range. Now you see a very long number after the decimal point. In case you don't want that, there is a workaround. There are multiple workarounds. So one is to tell this is an integer, and then wrap this in explicit casting int, and then also put it inside parentheses. Now we will see something else. So 23 instead of 23 point, a very long number. And then 41. If you wonder why in this parenthesis here for this is again because of the order of operation or the order of expression in programming language. If I remove this, we get something else. 000, because this explicit typecasting converts this random to the nearest integer, which is 0, and this part will always be 0. So you know from mathematics from school that that 0 times anything or 0 multiplying by anything is 0. So that is the reason that we put the whole expression in parentheses. Now it means that it should convert the result of this expression to the nearest integer. I hope that is now clear. In some situation, you need to format the numbers to a very interesting, beautiful, human readable format, and it is very necessary for a user-friendly user interface. So for the price and stuff, you always should add the currency, and in some situation you need to show the user the percentage, for example for the discount and stuff. Instead of saying 0.1, it is much better to say 10%, and instead of that number 1 2 5 4 3 5 6, this number looks much better than this one, and this one looks much better than this one. So for such situations, you can make use of a very interesting library that's called number format. Now it is imported automatically. This is from java.text.number format. In case you are using an IDE or a code editor that does not support this stuff, you need to import it manually. So for example, we want the currency. It has a lot of tools and methods. We want the currency. So number format dot get currency instance. So string cricket format currency dot format a number. For example, we want 1345 point this number. It is printed to the console. South correct format. You see, it added the currency on the beginning of the number, and also it divided it to different parts, so it looks much better. This was for currency. You have the same thing for percentage, percent. So get percent instance, and then percent format 0.5. Now you see here 50%. If we pass here 0.4, we will see 40%. If you pass here 1, you will see 10%. There is another concept in programming called method chaining. You see, here we are storing this instance in another variable and then calling the format on that. We also can directly use this here. We can just cut this and use it here and remove this one. It's not necessary anymore. We have here one method, get percent instance, and then use another one dot format. This is called method chaining. So we will see the same result, 10%, 10%. When graphical user interface was not that popular and was not that fancy and modern, all companies were using command line applications. Believe it or not, there are still many companies that are using console applications. Applications that use terminal for getting the user input and also printing the result. And in this chapter, I'm going to teach you how to read the user input. So here again, you have scanner class. Scanner, we instantiate a new scanner. Here we have to specify where we get the data. We say system.in. We used system.out to print the result. Now we use system.in to get the input. So I also want to give a clue or some message. System.out just print. You have print line and you have print. Print line will also print a new line, so we don't want that. We just want one line. So print, here we say please enter your age, and here we store the user's age in a variable. Let us say byte age scanner dot next byte, and then again print the user. You are concatenate this with this string. In that chapter where we talked about typecasting, I told you that you cannot convert from string to number automatically. You have to cast that explicitly yourself manually. But implicit casting or automatic casting happens by compiler from number to string. but not from string to number. Here you see we are casting number with string. It converts this number to string. Java reading input. Here you see please enter your age. I say 30, and then it says you are 30. If I use println, let me show you the difference. Now we see it at the next line. It is not so user friendly. Let's say you are 30. Now we are reading just byte, so it scanner.next byte takes a byte from the user input. You have many other methods: next line, next double, next big decimal, next big integer, boolean, float, int, long, short, and stuff. And you also have scanner.next, so it returns a string, so you need to store this in string. Here we say enter your name. Says please enter your name. I forgot to remove ln. To terminate the process, you can use Ctrl C multiple times. Please enter your name. I say Khalil Kazemi. Say you are Khalil. It ignores the Kazemi. Why? Because we are reading just one token. Just the next gets just the next input, so not the full input. To get the full input for every token, for let us say that every one of these is just one object, and if you use space, then it is will be another object. So that's why you just see the first one. If you want to see the second one as well, you have to call this twice, and that is not good. So instead of that, we use next line, and that way we get the whole line, no matter how many objects, characters, white spaces are in our input. So again, so now this is okay. Let us try it again. Enter your name. This time I enter this number, and it says you are this number. So this is not my name. It means there is no validation in this program. Validation is the biggest part of programming. You must learn to control and validate user inputs. You have to check that the user input is the correct type, the correct data. Very important. You have to check the type of the user input. You have to check that there are not any malicious codes in the user input. So for now, we do not know enough about programming to add validation in our program, but later in this course I will teach you about conditionals and loops, so that you can ask the user over and over again to enter the correct input, the correct data, the correct type. Let me give you a summary of this chapter. First, validating user input is very important. Second, console application can be very useful in many situations because graphical user interface is very big, large, and heavy, and it needs a lot of time to create interesting user interface. That is why many companies still use console applications. Console applications are fast. Console applications are easy to build. Console applications are easy to maintain. And there are many other benefits in console applications. You can automate many things in daily life using console applications. Probably you have noticed that there is a warning. And this warning says that a scanner is never closed. When you open a scanner, when you open a reader, when you open a stream, you also have to close that. So at the end of our code, we need to close that by calling the close method on the scanner. So now the warning gone. Now it is much more efficient than before. Because if you leave it open, the scanner stays open during the lifetime of the program. Conditionals in Java. Sometimes they call conditionals in Java also if statements in Java or if else statements. If statements are extremely important in Java because they allow us to build real-world applications, programs that make decisions based on certain conditions. For example, let us build a very simple program for evaluating the weather. And based on certain condition, we print something to the user. And for that, we need the user input. We talked about getting the user input in this chapter. As you know, we used many libraries, many classes during this course so far. Let me show you how we can create our own library and use our code in our program. For example, I want to generalize this program. I want to give a hint message and also return the user input. Instead of rewriting the whole thing over and over again, I want to write it once and use it multiple times in different files in different programs. So how can we do that? Let us create here another method or another function. Call it public static. We want to use it just as a library, so static. We will return a string, the user input. We call it get user input. So this must return something. I copy the whole thing and paste it here. Remove this, change this to the user input and return user input. And here instead of this message we just enter the hint. Now this is a very useful method that we can use out of this class. And how can we import this? Let's say get user input string user input, and we have to pass here a hint. Say what is the temperature today. And now it says that method get user input is undefined for the type conditionals in Java for this type. Because we define this method as a static, we can use it directly without instantiating a new object of this class or this type. We will talk about object-oriented programming, instantiation, new object classes, access modifiers like public, static and stuff later in this course. Now let us print also the user input to the console. Shout user input, run this program, Java, conditional Java, compilation failed. We got the error because we did not compile this class or this program, so we need to compile that. Java C reading input.java. Now it is compiled. So if we run again, we see what is the temperature today. We say for example 33. I never hope it is 33. I hope it is never 33. This is just a very bad example. So now you see it is working fine. We are getting the user input. You also learn how to reuse your own code in your another programs and applications. So we pass here the hint. We can use this multiple times for asking different things. Say what is the name of your city? What is the name of your country? And here we printed something very useful. The weather in the city, concatenate with the city name, and then another message in the country, and then concatenate with the country name is temperature. Let us see. You use CLS to clean your terminal, in case you don't know. So Java conditional. What is the temperature today? Let us say 25. There is no lion found. Then we got the error. The error is because we closed the scanner here. Normally when you call a function, it should start over, but it closes and then it will not open. This is the solution for the error we got. Every time we are calling this function, we also were closing the scanner, but it is not necessary. You should close it at the end, and this is what it does. If there is a next line, you just read the next line and then return. If there is no next line, and then close. Now let us try. So I also compiled the new code. So let us say 25, the city Ghent, Belgium. So the weather in the city Ghent in the country Belgium is 25. So this was just an example of how you can reuse your code and use it multiple times without rewriting your code and repeating yourself. So now all what we need is just the temperature and then to practice the if statements. We get the temperature as a string. Here we convert this to number, temp to number. We use the integer class to convert from string to integer. Again, integer dot parse int temperature. And then we use if. We open parentheses, and here we give boolean expression. We say if temp to number is greater than 25, we tell the user the weather is hot, drink more water. Then we have else. If the first condition is not true, then it should do something else. We do something else with that. Else is kinda the final statement for if else. You have also else if that one is not true, if temperature is not greater than 25, then check if temperature is less than 25, and you can combine with logical operator, and temperature is greater than 20. This is a very cool weather, enjoy it. Then we have else. You can combine as many as else if as you want. Else it is probably less than 20, so we say it is cold. The weather is cold. So we should bring this one, the one that we think that might be false, we should bring it first when we are using AND logical operator, because it makes our program faster. Let us run our program in Java. Conditional, the temperature, let's say I want to enter 28. Say the weather is hot, drink more water. Let us try it again. The temperature today, enter 15. Say the weather is cold. Another one, 24. Say the weather is very cool, enjoy it. So 3 different conditions for these 3 different blocks of code. This is a very simple example for if statements. So if statements are used to do stuff based on some Boolean expression, based on some conditions. You can say if 2 times 6 plus 7 is greater than or equal to 3 divided by 8 times 4 minus 9. We just say this expression is true, and we give here just the expression. It's just an example to show you that you can do every expression that results to Boolean value, every expression that results to true or false, you can give it here, or you can give anything here and use just comparison or logical operator to convert this to Boolean. Then this expression is true. In some situations, if statements are not necessary because you can use Boolean expressions directly on your variable itself. Let me give you an example. We want to find out if a person is rich or not based on the income. Say int income, let's say 10,000. Another one is rich. First we say false and say if income is greater than 30,000, we say is rich to true. else we say is reach to false. Because we gave it an initial value false, this else statement is not necessary. And because this is a single line code, when you are using just a single line code inside your block, you don't need curly braces. And second, because this expression evaluates to true or false, we can directly take this and put it here. Now this will tell us if a person is rich or not. This is completely true or false. Now you see, in such situations you don't need to use if statements. That is just extra code. It takes more spaces. It makes your code ugly. If you can evaluate things using Boolean expressions, you should do it directly and store the result on a variable. There is also a shorter technique for if-else statements. Let us evaluate if a person can buy first class flight ticket or economy flight ticket. So we say this to price. Let's say the price for first class ticket is $6,000, and another variable for can pay up to $1,000, and we say if can pay is greater than or equal to the price, we say he can flight first class. Else we just copy and then bring it down. He can flight economy class. Let us check it in Java conditional. Now he can flight economy class. Now we can simplify in this if statements. We can create here a variable string result. So this one is not necessary, and in this situation we set the result to this one. This one is not necessary. We can now print the result, but we saw this method previously. There is a better technique, and that is called ternary operator. In ternary operator, you can directly evaluate Boolean expressions and based on that return some value and store in a variable. For example, we can take this and change this to less than and put a question mark and then here add colon and this one. Now let us see. If can pay up to is less than the price, then this is the true part. If this expression returns false, then the result of this whole statement will be also false and it will return the false part of this statement. Let us see. He can flight economy class. Let us change this to 10,000. He can flight first class. In ternary operator, you can chain multiple ternary operators inside each other. Let me show you an example. Let us change this stuff here. Also remove this one. Call this acres. Bring this like say 20. Say if x is greater than 10. We now see that it is true. We now see that it will be true. So again, we don't know what it is. It is greater than 10, but how much? We should check again. X is greater than 10. Is x greater than 15? And then here we have to return some stuff if it is true. Greater than 15. Else it is not greater than 15, we say less than 15. Else if it will be less than 10, and this expression will get evaluated, and again we can do some stuff here. Let us jump back to the next line. So if it is less than 10, if it is not greater than 10, if it is equal to 10 or less than 10, we say is x equals to 10. It is 10, just an example. Else we say less than 10. Let us see. It is greater than 15. So in this one it is greater than 10. Then it checks, is it greater than 15? Yeah, it is greater than 15. If I change this to 10, it is 10. So is it greater than 10? No, it jumps to the false part of this expression. So this is one ternary operator, this is another ternary operator, and the whole is another ternary operator. So here we have 3 ternary operators. So this way you can chain ternary operators in ternary operator. Switch statement in Java. Switch statement is slightly the same as if statements. In some cases, switch statement is simpler and shorter to implement and use. For example, the user logged in and we want to check what the role of the user is. So here we store the role, and by default, for example, we say admin. First we do it in if statements, and then we will convert the if statement in switch statement, and then we will compare them together to see the differences. If role is admin, we say you are admin. Else if role is moderator, you are moderator. Else we say you are guest. You are admin, because we gave it here you are admin. If I change this to moderator, it will say you are moderator. Back to admin. This is how we can do it using switch. First you say switch, and then you give the role, and here you can pass different classes or different cases. For example, we say case if role is admin, we then copy this one and then in switch you have to break, otherwise it is useless to go through all the cases. Case is moderator, then we just copy this one and bring it here. Again we have to use break. In switch you have something very interesting called default. So the value of the role have to match what we defined in the case. If none of this value match the value of the role, it will jump to the default. Sometimes it is useful and sometimes it is not necessary. The same thing in if else. Most of the time you don't need the else, it is extra block of code and sometimes it can cause a lot of errors, so be careful with using else. So else we say you are guest. In default case we do need to use break because it is the last class in the statement. If you don't use break in the cases, then it will keep checking and checking, will not break. Is comment this out and then try to run it. The same, your admin, let us say ABC. Now it will jump to the default case, your guest. Now you see here in the case strings because this one is a string. If this was a number, integer, byte, short, long or decimal, for example if you want to check for the salaries or something, it will be double or float. Then you can also pass here the value with the same type. Let us say that we have 3 roles, 1, 2 and 3. Byte, and we say 1 for admin, 2 for moderator, 3 for guest. And then the same way we have to pass here 1. Here we see error because this type now does not match the type of what we pass to the switch statement. We say 2 for that, and if it is 3 then it will be the guest. When you want to comment multiple lines by selecting them, you can use control plus slash. Let us try again. So you are admin because it is 1. Let us change it to 2. You are moderator. If it is 3 or something else, it is guest, even if it is this number. So that was out of the range of byte. So if this one was 1, 2, 3, it is still guest. And that is another reason that you should not use default or else all the time. In case you have just 3 numbers, 1, 2, 3, and you say for 1 this, for 2 this, and for 3 I want to use else, but the code inside the else block will get executed for any other number than 1 and 2. If it will not match the first 2 conditions, it will automatically jump to the last block or jump to the last statement and will execute the code. Probably in some cases you don't want that. Loops in Java. What are loops? There are times that we want to repeat one or more statements, so we can use loops to avoid repetition. So instead of repeating ourselves, and rewriting the same code over and over again. We can use loops to write code once and execute multiple times. Loops are used to avoid repetition of similar statements. Let me give you an example. For example, you want to say hello world 5 times. Now you see it works fine, but we are repeating this 5 times and it is not good. Now in this example, this is just one simple one-line code. In some other situation, you write hundreds line code that are the same. So to avoid that, you can use loops. In Java and also in other programming languages, you have different types of loops. You have for loop, you have for each loop, you have while loop, you have do while loop. Let me give you an example of for loop. You use the keyword for, and then here you give a variable, the loop counter, integer I 0. This is like convention that the variable for counting the loop is like I, j, k, and so on. And we want 5 times, I less than 5, and then we increment the I. For one line statement we don't need braces, but if you have multiple lines of codes, then you need braces as well. Now you see both works fine. As you see inside this parenthesis for the loop, we have 3 parts. One is the counter variable, another one is Boolean expression for evaluating the counter variable, and then the other part is we increase or decrease. You can loop forward or backward. Now we are looping forward from 0 to 5. You can start from 5 and loop to 0, and also you can start from 1 and then say less than or equal to 5. They're all the same. Or you can say here 5. We also have to bring change here when I is greater than or equal to 1, and also change this one. Now we are looping backwards. Let me show you the I. So I, concatenating the I. Now 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If we say this is 1 less than or equal to 5. Change this to plus plus to increment. Now say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the production environment, you almost never use a static value for your loop. I call this counter linked. So how many times this loop should loop, or how many times the code inside of this loop should get executed. So this is like kind of the linked, but you get this value from somewhere else. For example, you have a list, loop through a list, loop through an array of data. For example, you loop through the data that you get from the database. Let's say you have 50 rows and you loop over every row to get the data and process the data for every row, to do stuff with the data in each row and then return. We can also loop over let's say a string and then print each character. String, say the name of my channel, Artianus, and then here also Janus. So here we can say I less than or equal to Janus dot length. So the length of the string, and here let's say the character is the name of your string and then char at. So you get a single character from specified index, and in this case we pass the index as argument here, and this one should start from 0 and go less than the length, otherwise we will get error that it is out of the range. Let us run it. So you get all the characters A, Q, Y, A, N, O, O, S. Let us here create a list, an array, and loop through the array data. Cities, and then here we have to pass some cities. For example, Ghent in Belgium, Delhi in India, Kabul in Afghanistan, New York in United States, and somewhere in China. This is just an example. So the same way we change this cities dot length, and then instead of that we say cities. Now this has index. Cities I change this. The city name is Ken, Delhi, Kabul, New York, and somewhere. Some best practice about for loop. Now this expression gets evaluated in every iteration. It is not good. For example, if you have to iterate thousands times, then it will overload the memory and then it will impact the performance of your application. So what we should do is here create integer, call it for example length, and then cat this here list and total. So now it is much better. It works the same. Then we have while loop. While loop is not used in practice to loop over arrays or lists. While loops are used to process stuff as long as some conditions are true. For example, you want to ask the user to enter something. So as long as the user did not enter the correct input, you keep asking the user to enter the correct data. Or you want to process some information, and as long as the information is not processed completely, you keep repeating the process. So you have the while keyword, and here you have boolean expression that results to true. As long as this is true, you can repeat a block of code. For example, you say system.out, please enter the correct data. Mostly you store also a variable outside the loop. Let's say boolean is okay. You say first false, and then here you say is okay, and then inside your loop you convert that is okay to true, which make this one true, and then here you convert it to false. When this is false, the loop stops. In while loop, you have to do some stuff to stop the loop, otherwise you will overload your memory, and then it will keep running, and then it will turn into an infinite loop. Now this is going to just print one time. Comment this out, we don't need that. Now see, please enter the correct data. Let us use the scanner again to read some information from the user. Scanner, new scanner, we use system.in. We are not putting this inside the while loop because it will keep creating a new copy of scanner every time, and that's not necessary. And here we can store a string, let's call it info. First we set it to like empty string, and here we say info.length. When the length is less than 10, we keep asking the user to enter a text longer than 9 characters. So here, as long as the length of this string is less than 10 characters, we keep asking the user to enter the correct data. And here we have to set the info to scanner dot next line, and when it is done, we print the data to the user. Sound info. Let us also add some information for ourselves. This is enough. You entered this. So now is okay is not necessary, and we also have to close the scanner dot close. So it says please enter the correct data. First we say ABC. It asks again, please enter the correct data. Next time we say this, please enter the correct data. We enter this one. Then say you enter this, because the length of this one is much longer than this, so it is longer than 9 characters. So the result of this expression is false. When it is false, it stops the iteration. So this was a very basic example of while loop. As I told you, while loop is not used to loop over arrays or lists, but you can use it to loop over lists or arrays. For example, here we have cities. We can declare here integer j is 0. Now we can say j plus plus. So as long as j is less than less total, we print here the name of the city. The city name. So cities, again the index is j. Now you see it works the same way as this for loop, but this is not used to replace the for loop. You also see that in the syntax of while loop that this accepts only Boolean expression. Then we have do while loop. Let me show you the syntax. You write do and then you open a code block, and then here you have while and the condition. Let us do this. So let us compare this syntax. So here you have while condition and then you open code block. Here you have do code block and then the condition. So it means that the do while loop executes the code block at least once, even if the condition is false. So in this case it will run okay. Let me change this. If j is greater than 5. Now we know j is 0 and j is not greater than 5. But this code for the city with the index 0 will get executed. So this whole block of code will get executed. You see the city name gain. Here we also increase that, but it is 1, so 1 is not greater than 5. That's why it stops. Do while loop is rarely used. In the production environment, I myself use do while just once. And there is also another type of loop, that is for each loop. That is very interesting. We will talk about that next. So if you say for each, you get this syntax. So here and compare to this for loop, you have here counter variable, Boolean expression, and increment or decrement part. Here you have 3 parts. But in this situation, here you have only 2 parts. You have your list that you want to iterate over, and then you have the item in each iteration. Now it detected a list of strings here. So it is cities. It is better to name it city. So we want to console log each city. I want to bring this here, Control C, Control V. Now we don't need that. The city name is just city, and this will work the same as the others. The city name again, Delhi, Kabul, New York, somewhere. So this is kind of for each in Java. So here we saw 4 types of loops. These are loops in Java. You saw the syntax and a very simple example. If you understood this, then you can implement this also in a very large application with complicated and complex codes and examples. There are also 2 very important keywords in programming, that is break and continue. Break is used to stop or break a loop. Continue is used to jump just one iteration. Ignore one iteration or the current iteration and then jump to the next one. Let me give you an example. Here we have a for each loop. We say if city dot equals, here we say the name of a city, in y we want to continue. You can use Alt and arrow up or down to move your code up and down. Arrow up to move it inside of this. So if it is New York, continue do not do this stuff. It is doing differently. If it is New York, brick, and what we expect. So it will go print Kent. Jump Delhi will not print Delhi. Print Kabul. In New York, it will stop and crash. So it will not do the rest of the collection, the rest of the list. Let us see. So we only see Ghent and Kabul. Ghent and Kabul. Delhi was continued. New York and the rest were stopped or crashed. So this is the basic concept of break and continue in loops. Blocks and scopes in Java. So far we have seen many scopes, we have seen many blocks. Probably now you know what blocks are. Let me explain you in details what blocks are and what scopes are. So this is a block. When you open curly braces, you open a block of code. And this block is also a scope. Whatever variable you define has meaning in this scope. Variables have meaning in their scopes. Out of their scopes, they mean nothing. If you call them or use them out of their scopes, you will get error, and the compiler will throw error. You will get compilation error. It is like you move to another country and expect that everyone call your name and dance with you. So it will not happen. They don't know you. But in your city, people call you by your name, they like you, they hate you, they do stuff for you, they go out with you and stuff. But in another city, in a new city, until you are known, until you make friends, nobody will know you. So in programming, it is also the same. Variables have meaning in their scopes. So let's create a variable int x1. Then here, if x is greater than 0, we also create another variable y x plus 2. Else y is x plus 4. Now you see that the tools inside this code editor also gives an error. Y cannot be resolved to a variable because it is not declared. So this is also a block and also a scope. So y has meaning here and it is a scope, but it is unknown in another scope. This one is also a scope, but the x is in the parent scope, so it has meaning in its child scope. So a variable has meaning in its scope and in its child scopes. I can print here the x and y. X and then y. Copy, paste, and now you see y again here error. Let me run the program. Java block Java. Let me show you the error. So it also shows the error symbol variable y location this class and then they cannot find symbol, so it is unknown. It has no meaning, it is undefined. Error compilation failed. But if we create another scope here, let us say if x is 0, y x plus 10. Now here you have no problem. Control C. So this scope is the child scope of y variable. That's why you can access y here. But here you cannot access y because it is outside the scope of y. And for the compiler, it is undefined. Now in Java, you get that error compilation field. In another programming languages like C# and also in JavaScript, you get an error message that says you cannot use a variable before initializing, or you cannot access a variable before declaring. So you have to declare a variable. Now any name, when it is not a string or when it is not a character, it is a variable. Now here we have x inside double quotes, and here also we have x. This x is just a text string, but this x is a variable. When you use just a character or a word, this one, for computer this is a variable. So in this case, an undefined variable. But if you wrap this in double quotes, it becomes a string, and you can store it in another variable and do stuff with it. Now this y here is also a variable that is not defined. That is why the compiler cannot find it where it is defined, where it is declared, and it throws compilation error. I hope that blocks and scopes are now clear for you. It is important now with modern tools, you see the error right away. It tells you that you don't have access to that variable. It is not declared, it is not defined, it is not initialized, or whatever. But if you are using a code editor that does not have these tools, you should be careful. Back then, when there was not such tool like Visual Studio Code or another advanced code editors, we used Notepad, and in Notepad you don't see any error. You just get the error when you compile and execute your program. So for such situation, it is very important that you know the scopes and blocks the scope of your variables. Functions in Java. What are functions? Functions are used for code reuse. They are like template. When you see common codes in your program, you have to bring them in one function and then reusing them instead of repeating them. It is very important. It is a very smart way of programming. So first, the syntax of a function. So we are inside object-oriented programming. So Java is an object-oriented programming language. We have here class. So functions inside a class is called method. We create here a method. We create a private method. We want that this function is only accessible inside this class, inside this object. Private is static. We want it to return integer. Area of circle. We pass here the radius. So how can you calculate the area of a circle? It has a very simple formula. First, we need a constant. You know what constant is? So final float pi 3.14 if we say area pi times radius to the power of 2. Again, we can make use of the math class math.po to the power of, so the radius to the power of 2. So here we see compilation error and it says cannot convert from double to integer. So this one we want it to be float, and this again returns double, so we have to wrap all of this into parentheses, another parenthesis for explicit typecasting float, and this one should return float. And we return area float radius list, make this a list. So we pass here some float values. The first one 5.15, 9 point this one, 13 point this one, 7, 8. Make sure this is float. We loop over this. We don't need to use for, just for each is fine. For each radius in radius list, we want to log the result. So area of circle with the radius. So this one receives also float. Here also a custom message. The area of circle for the radius, and we also here concatenate the radius. The radius is concatenate with the result, so this is a long line. Let us see what we get. Java function in Java. So the area of circle for radius 5.15 is this much, for 9 is this much, for 13 is this much, for 7 is this much, for 8 is this much. So you see here the use of function. Let us give another example of function. Again, private static string self intro. So string name int age string country. Template hello there, and then plus also new line, my name is plus name plus I am this years old. I am from country, and then also new line. So here also a new line. Maybe also add here a new line and plus, and we return the template. Now let us use this for different names. Here we create a list of people. We are creating people and call it friends. If you want to create your own type, you can for that create a class, and in that class define all the fields, methods, and anything that you need for that type. So we are getting close to object-oriented programming. To create your own type, here is how you can do it. Create a new class with the name of your type, in our case people.java, and then give here all the fields, attributes, and methods that you want for this type. I want to keep this simple. For this function we only need name, age, and country, so I define only these three fields or attributes: name, and then country, age, this is integer, and we have to compile it in order to use it. Java C people, we are done here. So to use your own type, you give the name of your type. Now we see no error here, and then we say new people. We defined how many items should this list contain. Now we have to add 3 items in this list. So people, let us name the first one John. So new people, then John dot name John, John dot country, let us say USA, and then John dot age, let us say 25. Here we also have to give value with the correct type, so string, and then integer. And now we add John to the friends list. Friends 0 is John. Now we create a new copy of the type people, for example Khan, new people, so Khan dot name Khan, country, let us say India, age, for example 32, integer, and then friends 1, have to add Khan. Let's get another copy of people. Let's say Tom, new people, Tom dot name Tom, country Belgium, age 35. We also add add Tom to the list, friends to Tom. Now we are doing everything manually, but in real world, in production environment, you get this data from database. For example, you get a row and you have a type with that row. Your program automatically generates this type so that you don't need to do this manually for each row, and that does not make any sense as well. So change this to friends and then this one to friend, and here we need to pass all the values to this method. This one also should be people, the correct type. Now we call the function self intro. Self intro we pass here for the name friend dot name, for the age friend dot age, and then for the country friend dot country. The file menu was open, so it was not so clear. Now take a look. So that is friend 1, friend 2, friend 3. Here we loop over the list, and then this is our function. Let us execute our program. So here it is. For 3%. Hello there, my name is John. I am 25 years old. I am from USA. And then hello there, my name is Khan. I am 32 years old. I am from India. Hello there, my name is Tom. I am 35 years old. I am from Belgium. So you see how cool functions are. Be careful, you will fall in love with functions. We talked about loops in the previous chapter. There is also a cool thing about list, that you can loop over list of item, loop over a collection using for each loop in a very simpler way. Now our list is just a simple list. It does not have so many fancy methods. If I say friends dot, I just see clone equals get class hashcode notify and stuff. But we can convert this list to array list, and then it will be something very interesting. Array list, and we gave the type of this like this with the angle brackets people, and we use here new array list. And now instead of using the index, we can use the add method. Friend dot add. For add, you see here two methods, so it has overloads. You have add that you can also specify the index and then the item. It will add the item in that index, or you can use just simple the item. And then instead of using for each loop, we can say friends dot for each. You have here for each, so you get the friend, or let's say the item, and then here you can do stuff with the item. Now you can use here another thing called Lambda function. Lambda functions are anonymous functions that you can use in a very shorter way to do stuff, and you can use it in such situation when you have to pass another function into a function. So for each is a function that takes another function as argument, and that is called callback function. So you pass here a function. Control C, Control V. So here it is not friend, it is just the item. Let us comment this out. Let us try it. Java function. So we get the same result. So this is the general syntax for Lambda function in Java. As you see, this is very useful and handy. In many situations, you will appreciate the beauty of Lambda function. Now you know the basic stuff and also advanced stuff about functions. Another important thing about the return keyword. The return keyword breaks a function whenever it is called. So if I call the return before this, so it will break the function from that point, and the compiler will not execute the rest of the code inside that function. That is very important. Also, that's very useful. In many cases, you use, for example, conditionals, if statements, and you use return in your if statement because you want the result to get returned, and it is not necessary that the machine executes the rest of the program. Object-oriented programming in Java. We have procedural programming or function-based programming and object-oriented programming. Procedural programming is about writing procedures or methods that perform operations on the data, as you have seen so far in this course. We created a function called self-intro. We passed some data, it processed the data, and it returned the result. Object-oriented programming is about creating objects that contain both data and methods. What are the advantages of object-oriented programming over procedural programming? Well, object-oriented programming is faster and easier to execute. Object-oriented programming provides a clear structure for the programs. Object-oriented programming helps us to keep the Java code dry. Dry is an abbreviation for don't repeat yourself. It makes the code easier to maintain, modify, debug, and extend. Object-oriented programming makes it possible to create full reusable applications with less code and shorter development time. One thing about the don't repeat yourself thing, it is a principle about reducing the repetition of code. So you should extract out the codes that are common for the application and place them at a simple place and reuse them instead of repeating them. So in object-oriented programming, we have classes and objects. What are classes and objects? Well, classes and objects are the two main aspects of object-oriented programming. Classes are templates. Templates for creating different objects. Many objects of that template. For example, you can have a template for car and then reuse that template for different cars with different models, with different prices, different colors, and etc. You can create a class, a template, a container for products of your company. For example, if you're selling different tools, for example, you have pot for cooking, then you can create a class of pot with different size, with different functionalities, different prices, and etc. Classes are inheritable. You can inherit from one class to extend your class. So classes are extendable, maintainable, reusable. You can protect the certain fields or data in your class by using access modifiers. You can apply abstraction, encapsulation, and etc. on your class. So you have all these functionalities in object-oriented programming. Let us jump to the code and see examples of classes and objects. So far, we have created this many classes. So you already know about classes. This itself is a class. This class people. This is a very simple class that we used as a custom type. Let us create another class, name it core.java. So our core can have many attributes. So public string name, public string model, public float price, public float discount, and now some methods. Public we want to return also float, calculate discount. So this function calculates the price with discount and returns. This dot price times 1 minus this dot discount. We have to compile this. Java core. Now we can access this inside of this class. We use it, we create a new instance of this class. Core, let us say citron new core, and then we pass citron dot name, citron, and then citron dot model, citron 1999, for example. Citron dot price, we pass here a float, so we want it to be like 19,259 point this value. So if we float and then the discount, citron dot discount, let us give it 10% discount, so 0.1, and then we can calculate the price and then print total price is citron dot calculate discount, and then print CLS Java object-oriented programming. So now the price with discount is 17,333.621. You can also use the number format library to format this to a price. Let us see how we can do that. Remove this number format dot get currency instance dot format total price. Let us see. Now we see a better number. So we see 17,000, this number, and also dollar sign. And the same way we can check the discount for this car. Control C, Control V, number format. We now get percent instance format. We call citron dot discount. So you can use dot to get all the members of your object if they are public. So that is based on the access modifier that you gave. We will talk about access modifier in a minute. Now let us print this. So the price is this and the discount is 10% discount. So this is a very simple example of object-oriented programming. Now we create a copy of this car using Citron, and you can create a copy of thousands cars with different names, models, prices, discounts, and etc. So now all the fields and also the class itself are public. If I make this private and then I have to compile this, see here error. The field car.name is not visible, and this is because of its protection level. Protected. Let us make this private. So the difference between public, protected, and private. There are three access modifiers in Java: public, protected, private. So private is private. You cannot access that field. Protected is accessible within its package and it is child classes. Public is accessible to any other classes. Then you have also something else in a class that is called constructor. Constructor is used to pass some data, some value to your class during the instantiation. When you instantiate or create an object of your class, you can directly pass some default value or just some value. So to create constructor, if your class is public or private or protected, your constructor also must follow that. So public, the name of your constructor must be the same as the name of your class. So car, and here you can pass any value that you want. For example, you can pass a string name by default, and then you can set the name. It is because the model is private, we pass the model. Because the model is private, it is accessible within its class but not outside the class. So we can give value through constructor. This dot model we set to model. And now here we have error. Instead of giving it like this, we give it like this. Because the model is now private, you cannot access it using the dot operator, but you can provide another method to get the private field. For example, here I can say public get model, and then I just return this dot model. So this returns string. Now system.out, the core model is citron.getModel. So let us see, we get a lot of error. You have to compile the core class. And now again, to access protected field core.name is an unnamed module of loader. This must be public. Protected is accessible within the class itself and within the child class, but you cannot access the protected field or attribute using the dot operator. So that was the reason we got this error. Voila, now the price, the discount, and the model. So in your constructor, you can pass any value. You can get the value of a private field. You can set the value of you can modify the value of a private field. Let's say public, return nothing, set model, and then we say string model. So this dot model. So it modifies the model. Let us try it out. Now we pass this model through constructor and we print it here. We set the model. Okay, citron dot set model. We pass here another value. Citron 2019. And then we print it as well here. We print the both models. So this is the model that we pass through constructor, and this is the model that after that we modify here. Inheritance in Java. When you want to copy all the content of one class to another class, then you can inherit from that class. In inheritance, there are some terms. You have subclass and superclass. So these terms are in Java. In another programming languages, you have a base class and child class. So base class or superclass is the class that you inherit from, and the other one is subclass or child class, the class that takes advantage of the base class or superclass is child class. Let me give you an example. We create here another class, call it person.java, and a person can have a name, age, birthday, and some other base information. Public string name, public int age, public string country, public string language. For just an example, this is enough. Let us create another class, call it student.java, and we want that this class inherits from the class person so that it has access to all these attributes. To inherit from another class, you use the word extends. extends, and then the name of the class, person. Now this class has all the fields that are here, and we add more on this student class because student has more attributes the field of studying, what is studying, the subject like start date, end date, graduate date, and let us add all of them instead of just saying them. Public string subject. Let us name it class name. Public string study field. Public date, type of date, start date. Then public type date, end date. Public boolean is graduated. And then here we also add a method, string get student details. Here we want to format the student's basic information and then return string basic info, name, this dot name, age, country, language, class name, and here we use a ternary operator to check if it is graduated. We say yes, otherwise we say no instead of saying true or false. So true, we return here yes, else we return no. Now we return basic info. Let us go and use them inside this class. First, we need to compile the person class and student class. First, the person class, Java person.java, and then Java C student. Very nice. And here we can instantiate the student class or create a new object of this class. Student, call it new student, and now here we can add stuff, give values for this object. New student, the name, set it to Becker. New student dot age, we set this to 63, and then new student dot country, we set this to USA. New student dot language, we send this to EN, to English. New student dot start date, we have to create here new date, and then new student dot in date, again new date. So to this date we also can actually pass some value. When you give nothing, it is probably the current date. New student dot is graduated, we say true. New student dot study field, computer science. So new student dot class name, let us say A10, and call the method to print the basic info. New student dot get details, Java object oriented. So we see here this are about the student and the other one is about the car. Let us go and hide the stuff about the car, we don't need them anymore. So name, Becker, age, country, language, class name, study field, start date, in date. You see now it is showing the current date, both of them. Graduated, yes. So that it is just an example that you also can store date. You have the type date, you have type for everything. So any object that you have in real life, you have also that type in programming languages. So this was about inheritance and creating objects from classes. There is one thing about inheritance. Now in this class we don't have a constructor. Now suppose we have constructor here, public person, and we pass here some basic information. Let's say string name and the age, int age, so that we can pass values to this class when we instantiate or create a new object of this class. So we use the keyword in this dot name to name, and this dot age to age. Now as you see we have error here, because we extend or inherit from the class person, we have to create here constructor and pass all the information to the class person. So again, public student, here we should at least get two values for the name and for the age. It is pass many values here. Name, age, string, country, string, language. This the name, we want it to name, and then this dot age to age, this dot country to country, this dot language to lang. Super, we have to pass name and age. So you have to call the super so that you can pass the necessary data to the parent class or to the super class. So now here we must add all this stuff instead of doing that way. Now we pass it here 63 and then the language. We don't need this anymore. We have to compile the person and student, otherwise we will get error. Java person, Java student, and then this one. So we got the same result. This was just because in some cases you have to create constructor and pass data, so that if you inherit from that class, that you know that this way by using the super keyword you can pass data to your parent class or super class. If you want to disable the inheritance, to disable that no other classes can inherit from another class, you can put the keyword final at the beginning of your class. For example, final. Now this cannot inherit from person, and you also see here error. It says the type student cannot subclass the final class person. This was about object-oriented programming. So far you have learned all the core concepts of Java. Let us use all what we learned in this course to create something cool. Let us create a shopping calculator. In this project, we apply everything we have learned so far. We will get the user input, we will validate the user input, and also I teach you how to handle exceptions in Java. That's also called error handling. Handling exceptions or handling error is a big part of programming, and it is very important and crucial. Validation is also a big part of programming, software development, web development, and it is very important. Create a file with the name main.java, public class main. This is the entry point of our application. So for shopping calculator, we also need a custom type. A custom type for things that you buy. So whatever you buy, we want to register that with the name and with the price. So the user needs to enter the product name and the product price. So whatever you bought and the price. And then we calculate the total price and also give the user an overview of everything she or he bought. Product.java. So every product has a name and price. We need the user input. This is the code we used in the previous chapters, so it is not necessary to write it again. So here, when there is no input, we return no data, and it can be something not interesting. So instead of no data, we just return empty string, which is much better, so that we can validate the user input. If it is empty or if it is not the correct type, then we can keep asking the user to enter the correct data. Here we create an array list with the type product and name it products. New array list, boolean is finished, false, while is finished. So we want that the user enters all his or her products. So we also ask the user, did you add all your products? If it is yes or no, based on that we keep asking or we stop asking. So here we get in the name, read input dot get input. We here pass a hint, please enter the product, the item name, and then we ask the price. We want the price to be float, read input dot get input, please enter the item price. We read this as a string. This one should be also a string. We should check the length of the item every time. So we can also use here while loop, while name dot length is less than 2. So here we want that the user enters at least 2 characters string, 2 characters text for the product name. If it is less than 2, then we say name, and the same way we are doing for the price. Just copying this, replacing this one with this, and also this one is price. For the price we allow the user to enter, for example, 1 digit number or character. It is say enters $1 and that is okay. Float price float. We here say float dot parse float price. Here we have to create the product. So product new product dot name is name and then new product dot price is price float, and then we add this to the products dot add product, and then we ask the user if the user is finished or not. Copy in this one as done. Did you add all your items? We give something like this yn, and then here we say done dot equals we set is finished to true, is finished true, and this will stop the loop. In case the user enters lowercase y, we can say here to lowercase equals, and then here say y, lowercase y. This was about asking the user for entering items. Now we can loop over the products and calculate the price and also display the summary of products with the name and the price. So products dot for each, we can pass here lambda function for each item. So for each item, what we are going to do, so before that let's also here enter print line. It is only print this one new line and with some stars. Let us end the line, it will not do any harm. This is like a table header, so the name, then 3 tabs, and then the price, and then again another tab and say total, and here we need to do the same thing. String template item dot name concatenating with string, so again 3 tabs concatenating with the price, item dot price. I also want to format the price, number format dot get currency instance dot format this one. So it got out of the line. It does not need to go because we can jump to the next line without any problem. So this plus sign makes sure that you get no error in such situation. And then here we store the total float total 0. So here we can check if the item is the last item. We also want to print the total price. For now, total using a compound operator total plus item dot price. Because here we use an anonymous function, lambda function, this variable is not kinda accessible inside of this, so you cannot modify the content of this variable. So for this scope, this variable is like constant. So what we can do is take the content of this and put inside for each loop. For products and product, let's call it item, and our code here. Now it is okay. And here we have to check if the item is the last item. We also print the total. If product is the index of item is equal to product is dot size, if the index number of the item is the same as the length of that minus 1, it means that it is the last item. So we also print the total. Let's put something like this as well, and then concatenate with the total. We also have to print this one. Let us compile our programs. Java first product, then Java C read, Java main. So here we need to add, please enter the item name. Let us say PC. The price, let us say 1049.99. So did you add all your item? I say no, and then it asks us please enter the item name, part for example, and the price, let's say 32. Are you done? And then I say yes. There is something wrong with our program. So far it is good. You see PC part. So the total of sum of this with this is not 32, but it must be 32 plus this one. I forgot to put here this compound operator. That was the reason. Because we enter here a lot of stuff and we see the console will be very full. Here I want to clear the console. So this is how you can clear the console. So system.out.print and then you pass this string, it will clear the console. Let us do another example. Enter the item name, book 24, no, pen $1, and I say no, cell phone 100 point this, and I say yes. So this is the total price. Now it is calculating okay, but this one comes so far here because of this, and this one is not like currency. It does not look like a price. So let us resolve this small issue. Here we are using this, so I don't want to repeat this in two places. What I can do is take this one, Control X, and store outside of this loop. Storing outside the loop is also help us the program for its performance. So we store this to the number format. Call it formatter, and then we call this formatter.format, and the same way here formatter.format. I also like to add one extra line so that there is a space between the header and the items. So if you add here one line break to resolve this issue that you see here, this space because of the long name, all what you can do is just make sure that each column has fixed size. For example, 30 characters for each column, and then 3 tabs white space between them for readability. And then for the last one, I also want to add a new line. Let us try this again. Disk, this price, table, this price, fruit, this price, and I say yes. So now it looks better. You see disk, the price table, and the sum of this. Probably you have noticed that our program contains some bugs, and also this validation is very simple and basic. Let me show you. Java main. Here we ask for the name. So the name is always text or alphabetic letters. If we enter here number, and then the price must be always number. But what if the user enters here text, alphabetic characters, for example this character? Our program will crash. It is number format exception because here we convert the user input, which should be number, from string to float. And here we should check two things. One, the length. Another one, we also should check if this is a number or not. There are many ways to handle this problem. One is that we can read and filter the input and see all the characters inside the input. If it is number, then we say okay, otherwise we ask again. That's another way. Or here we can write code for handling the exception. For handling the exception, you have try catch block. Say try, then open code block, and then here you say catch. You pass here some exception and then exception. Inside of the try block, you put all your code that might raise error, or that might give error or throw error. And then inside the catch, you handle the exception. If there is any problem, you check what the problem is, and then based on that, you do stuff. So this is our variable with an initial value. Here we get the user input. Here if we get error, it means that the input contains some alphabetic characters. So we can use the regular expression to search for alphabetic character in the user input. This is how we can do that. Java by default does not support regular expression, so there is a library for that. Make sure to import that. That is Java util regex and then .matcher and .pattern. Here we use pattern.compile, and the first parameter is the regular expression that you pass for searching, and here we pass the price, which is the user input. The second argument for the compile method is optional, so this is not necessary in our case. So if there is a match, we ask user to enter another value. So we have to bring this again. Please enter item price, and here we add extra text, only digits. What if the user keeps entering alphabetic character as well here? Then we cannot use try catch block like 100 time chaining this try catch block. You can chain try catch block and have here another try catch block, but it is not good. You say here try and then the same code catch exception, and then here use again these codes, so it is not good. Instead, what we can do is here we check the user input. The purpose of this was just to show you how you can handle the exception. So Control X, I bring it here, call it search for letters, and then in search for letters we pass here the price. In price, and we use this directly here, use or logical operator, and then we don't need this. So as long as the user input for price contains alphabetic character, we keep asking, and then here we use this. If that's true, we also say the price must be number, only digits. So here instead of this instead of getting this ugly error, we just print the error message, south exception dot get message. And the same way as for the price, we can do for the name, and we don't allow numbers as name. So copy this, it is very simple, paste. Here we pass now the name, and change this one. Here you say if the input contains lowercase alphabet character or uppercase alphabet character, then ask the user to do some stuff. But we must change this from 0 to 9. So now if the name contains any number, we keep asking the user to enter a new value. And again, so we should change this also, search for number, and then this one in name, dot find. So here for single line thing we don't need this one, so south the name should not contain digits. So let us try it out. Java main, and the name I enter here something with a number, for example computer 01, and then the name should not contain digits, and then please enter the item name. So we keep asking until the name does not contain any number. So now this was okay. Now enter the price, and now for the price we enter something ABC 45. Price must be number, so only digits, and then we keep asking for the price again. We say this price. So here is also another bug. It does not accept a decimal number. Say no. Enter the name. I say Mike. Price 12. This price. Say done. No. Car. Say yes. There was not error, but it asked the price twice. Let us try it one more time to see what was the problem. Enter the name, so the name was okay. Say phone. It's okay actually. No. Camera. 5. Let us say so this one asks us again. Okay. Shirt. Let's say yes. If the price is a number, there will be no error. Let us enter empty string for name and number. So it keeps asking. Even if I enter this, it keeps asking. So this one, and then for the price, and then it says empty string. There was one error. We said the link was okay, because the white space is also character. When you enter many times white space, then the link will be 2 or larger than 2, and it will get here. So here we can add another validation that the string should not be empty, and name the is empty, so name should not be empty, and the same way here price the is empty, it should be false. One side note, you can use this not logical operator multiple times. So now if this is true, it will make it false. If you use this again, it will make it true. If you use it again, it will make it false. It will make it true, it will make it false, it will make it true, it will make it false, and so on. So it can negate the result of the previous one, or it reverses the result of the previous one. True, false, false, true, true, false, false, true, and so on. So we made a mistake here. Actually this should be true. If this is empty, we should keep asking. And the same way here, if it is empty, we should keep asking. So some white spaces, enter some white spaces enter, and then here say price must be in digit, ask us for the price, and then empty string. This is from the try catch block. Here yes, and this is the result, nothing. Let us analyze this boolean expression. This one, the left side of this or logical operator. If the length is not less than 1, this one will be true. But if the price is empty, this one will be false. So this one will be false at general, and this one will also be false when this is white space. So when the whole expression is false, it will jump out of the loop. It will not ask for the user input again. So this one should be OR. So the same thing for the name. So we check it for number, we check it for alphabet character and the price. Now let us check the white space. So enter some white space, and then again, because the length is more than that and the name is not empty, it jumps to the next one. So we have to fix that. This is all part of programming, so you face a lot of errors, bugs. Sometimes for some bugs you get directly error and clue what is wrong, what is not wrong, and then you have to fix that one by one. You have to debug always one step at a time, otherwise it will be way more difficult to find the solution. If you do it one step at a time, you will get the result much faster. So this name dot is empty checks if it is empty. So white space is a character and it is not empty. So here we can check for white space that contains. If that contains white space, we keep the user asking. Also must trim the input so that it does not include the white space at the beginning and the white space at the end. The trim. But this code still has bugs, so now you see so it has still bugs. Now let us change this to is empty. So white space, white space, white space, and the number dot trim dot is empty resolved the problem of entering just white spaces. So we can use that here. The trim dot empty. Here the name contains the number 5, and here we search for number in our string in the input. The bug for containing number is because this variable is out of this loop, so it checks only one time, just the first time that you enter the name, and then it checks, and the next time the code is not inside this while loop when you keep asking for the name over and over again. So to resolve that, you have to also bring this inside the loop. Control C, and then after this his name matcher, then it will be okay. Let us try it out. White space, white space, white space, and then 5 4 5, and then it says the name should not contain digits. It must say actually also here that it is asked, but it did not ask. So let us enter another digit. It keeps asking. Okay, cola 2.9. Yes, and we have to implement the same thing also for the price. Control C, Control V. Now I hope you see that the validation is very important, that the exception handling is very important. Some very important things and best practices, things that help you to stand out among other programmers. First, naming convention. You have to follow naming convention and learn to give correct naming and then good naming. Learn to give good names and follow the naming convention. Second, using the correct type. Third, not repeating yourself. If you see common code in your program, you have to take it out in a separate method and then generalize it, reuse it over and over again instead of repeating it. In every programming language, in Java, in Python, in C Sharp, and C++, there are many useful built-in libraries, built-in classes. So learn to use them because they make your code professional and efficient. Those built-in libraries are written by professional software engineers, by professional programmers. So they are much more efficient. They know how actually the machine works. They know how the machine executes and runs the programs and the codes. So try to use built-in classes and libraries instead of downloading or installing third-party libraries, or try to write your own library. It is also much better and efficient because when you install third-party libraries, they contain many thousands methods that you just need one method or two methods of those libraries, and then the rest of them will make your program, your application heavy, and a lot of them come with malicious codes, with bugs, with errors, and those third-party libraries are also not maintained so well. So if you use too many third-party libraries, you will make your computer, your application like zombie zone, a zone that all the hackers play with your application, play with your machine, abuse your application, abuse your machine. In this full course, I did my best, I tried my best to create a very simple and understandable course so that everyone gets the best out of this tutorial. Now we are at the end of this course. I hope that you learned something from this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed learning with me. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any question about Java, if there was anything not clear in this tutorial, ask me in the comment. I will answer as soon as possible. Again, I hope you learned a lot in this course. I love sharing my knowledge, sharing my experience, because I myself learn in a specific way. I have my own way of teaching. So I teach and share my knowledge in my special way, and I hope you found it helpful and understandable. For me, it is very important to make others understand the concept of things. When you understand the concept of anything, you learn it forever. You will not forget it. But if you only remember, okay, this is the syntax, okay, this is how you write a while loop, this is how you write if statement, these are variables, these are types, and etc. You have to understand the concept of types, which is very important for the performance of your applications. So using the correct types, using the correct namings, writing clean code and logical code is very important, and you yourself will enjoy writing efficient, logical and clean code. Have fun with programming, have fun coding, enjoy coding. I wish you good luck and success. Hopefully see you in the next video. Have great times.